change out the intro song. Got a copyright-free punk rock instrumental. I figure that'd be a good one for this topic. Because punk rock is an absolute reflection of rebelling against overwhelming oppression.
And it's a lot of unity involved in it too.
Yeah. And our generation was really about that, and getting past overwhelming abuse. Really, man, it starts at childhood.
Yeah, and what's good about overcoming it and being able to tell later on what it is, when you're a kid and you can't tell, it's really nice that you can't tell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you don't know that they're being abusive. I mean, you find out later.
You find out later.
But that's part of being like a childhood prodigy. When you know that your subconscious is taking care of you in matters like that, and you're finding, like, whether it's something on TV or some music to listen to, when you know that you're avoiding problems by doing that and you are actually feeling better from it, yeah, I mean, like you say, it paves the way for making a really good adult prodigy type thing, you know?
Yeah.
Because you're outsmarting what they're doing, and you don't even know what they're doing. You have to take, you have to be serious about the hunch that you get, you know, because you're right even when you're a kid, but they're going to tell you that you're wrong, and because it's the grown-ups telling you this shit, you think you might be wrong for a while, you know?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I remember one time I was probably in 3rd grade, 4th grade, something like that. And there was had been so much violence and chaos inside of, my childhood homes, just moved around a lot, all that stuff. And it was always my mother attacking men. Hey, I'm getting feedback from my when I speak. I'm picking it up through your audio.
Getting feedback through my audio, huh?
Yeah, if I speak, I can hear it through your audio in a delay.
Shit, I'm not recording anything.
No, it's not that. I think it's your speaker setup.
I'm just going through this. Are you
on headphones or on a speaker?
No, I'm just on my laptop like usual.
Yeah. It's the speaker, the volume of the speaker. It's picking up your mic when I speak.
Oh, I see.
So, shit, where was I at? Well, today's topic, we're going to talk about psychopathic mothers, and Musashi and Easter here are both very, very, very familiar and experienced with dealing with psychopathic mothers. And
we see too. At that place, we saw a lot of them.
And we both had went different routes with it. He chose to not have children. And me, I thought I could reconcile the destruction of my own childhood by having them. And Freud was right. I married a reflection of my own mother, except for my ex-wife was a covert narcissist, where my mother was is very overt. And both psychopathic, undiagnosed. I'm not a doctor, but I'm an autodidact. So I've read a lot of books and have talked to a lot of smart and very educated people for extensive periods of time on the subject. So I'm a fan, a hobbyist, if you will. And it's so bad. It's so bad dealing with it.
It's real psychology. It's just one thing about it. I mean, you want to really be able to get honest with yourself when you know that when you're dealing with, when you're handling somebody like that. And unfortunately, if I could talk to any kids about it, And if I had to sit down with the kid and I know that they have a psychopathic mother, yeah, unfortunately, there are clever things, because I remember people telling me stuff when I was a kid, like, oh, unfortunately, you won't know what your mom's doing until you're older, And you kind of just go, what? And then, yeah, you notice when you get there. And it's just the idea that, oh, it's the idea that if you were to talk to a kid, I'd say, well, if you think that your mom's really mean and if you're starting to be afraid of her, then you're right.
Yeah, if you're afraid of your mother, if you're afraid of your parents,
then you're right.
Then you're right.
Yeah.
Unless you've been taken from your parents and your other parent made you afraid of your other parent. So then when you see your other parent for the first time after an extensive period of time and have had your head filled with all kinds of lies and rumors, then, that kind of fear is a ingrained false trauma, which is a trauma of its own. It's a psychological trauma that's just as affecting as if the abuse had taken place. Now, some women are very capable. A overt psychopath narcissist, which women culture, especially modern, breeds, grooms, and encourages, all the way to marriage, to divorce. It's 80% of women leave their husbands. Interesting, over 80% of women get full custody in matters of a divorce. Interesting, the way to get the most money in a matter of a divorce is to have 100% custody. And two, the way to get 100% custody is to claim allegations of abuse. Women are natural liars. They're not strong. They can't boldly face the world. They have to sneak when mitigating with danger. Society knows this and has encouraged and bred it. However, overt psychopath, all women pretty much, I can't say all, but pretty much are at a minimum a covert narcissist and have a false projection of purity. Overt narcissists are the ones that'll get physical violent, and that's where I was going to end it. Covert will keep with psychological, overt will make it physical.
In this country, it's getting really bad. It's getting worse. In this country, for sure. In the other countries, I know that I've heard that there are women in these other countries that don't dare go to think that way because they know it's trouble.
Well, yeah, there's different laws. There's different demographic value. There's different value for what is a man in the dating market valued at? What is a woman in the dating market valued at? And a man is more appreciated. Well, right now, a man is underappreciated in America.
This is what I'm saying. The rules and the regulations in America and what they're doing with the court systems and the way that the kids are growing up with having parents that are right. When they learn these tricks of the court systems and they learn the tricks of the law, they literally have it in mind that they're going to snake people with their time here.
Yeah.
They really have it on their agenda. So that's why I'm saying, for sure, in this country, it's getting worse because they're getting brought up, especially with the cell phones and getting second opinions so quickly. So many of them do this whole idea of wanting to commit almost murder, basically, with the court system lawfully.
Yes. We'll go back. Yes. Go. Sorry. No, sorry. You just got me excited. Keep going, please. I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's the idea that they want to do it. They want to literally, if they can't ruin your life, they want to end it. And they want to do it in a way that they're being scandalous and sneaky and they're following the law. And it doesn't seem like the law can tell.
Exactly.
But like we were saying, karma is conscious and the law is not. So karma doesn't give a fuck about the law. So one way or another, the people that continue thinking this way, it just leads to trouble in the overall big outcome, in the big story, in the big picture. It's going to lead to just problems. It's not going to be anything good. Unfortunately, a lot of American women are doing this shit. Unfortunately.
Well, it's being culturally groomed and encouraged, and to a daily basis.
It's so common that it's literally what the women have on their agenda these days. Oh, I'll have these 2 divorces first, and I'll screw these 2 guys over, and then I'll get the 3rd guy involved. I won't marry him for like 10 years, and then I'll marry him for like 2 years. I'll divorce him, and then I'll have the house because of it.
Then I'll have the house. Then I'll have the house.
Right.
And this becomes
Exactly.
a plan for their goals, their life goals.
Because it's
So,
business, and they're literally going about business that way. And
like it's
unfortunately,
business. Yep.
when women do this, they know that it's business, and they know that they can get away with it at the end. And if they
Yep.
snake you out of $500,000, they can say, oh, I don't owe anybody any money, because they know that they fucked you over with the law.
Facts. And men, just so you know, this is common. This is common. This is universal. There are plenty of statistics that will show you all of these things. This is a business model for women specifically. Now, some
It
men
is.
become aware of it and do it too, but it's woman based thing.
Even if you try it as a guy, all it does when you do a bad marriage on purpose for financial gain and you commit fraud, right? It's basically
Fraud, yeah.
you know that you're going to commit fraud, and there's nothing good that's going to come out of it later because you know that you committed fraud.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's with the law or not. Karma knows if you're doing something honest or dishonest or not, so it will pan out because karma's conscious and the law is not.
So, marriage has become a matter of entrapment for men. A woman is only
Business.
loyal to her feelings, and a
It's
man is loyal to his principles and family and his word and commitments.
That's why we're saying it's a business.
It's a business.
Bad marriage. Bad marriages on purpose.
Bad marriage on purpose because there's more money in a bad marriage.
Right. They know that they're going to make money and come out ahead from committing what it is in the bad marriage and what it takes, because they know that in the end, the judge is just going to tell the guy, oh, it's part of being married, dude. You took the chance.
Yep.
And the woman knows what the fuck
And the
they're
woman
doing.
won. And the woman won. Sorry, all the strengths of being a man, all the virtues of being a man, and you just got the biggest lesson of your entire life. You got stabbed in the back by the person that you trusted and cared about the most.
Yep. And you know something, when you have a story like that, it's not that you want to make an example out of anyone that you know that it happened to. It's just that you do have horror stories where you've seen this happen plenty of times. And if you don't acknowledge that it's something very important to be looking out for, it could very easily happen. Very easily.
Oh, this is my life experience. If we were eating fucking gelato in Italy and laughing all the way to the bank and things were happy, that's what I'd be talking about. That's what I'd be talking about. And I'd be telling you and everybody else, no, man, there's the right one out there, and you just got to take your chance. And because I took my chance with this one, everything worked out, and my life would be so much less if I had never met this person and took that chance. And love is the most beautiful thing on planet Earth. Love is poetry. Love is a lie. Yeah.
Well, I've thought about some of the guys, like from where we were at. I do have one guy that whenever I ask him, so what's going on? What happened? Since, I've been living the dream. And it's just like, well, what do you mean? Well, he's got a wife and 2 kids. Okay. And I guess he stayed married to her, all this other shit. So because his turnout hasn't gone sour yet, he thinks he's living the dream.
He thinks. I was married 14 years.
Oh yeah, and see, so that's the problem with all this shit is that you could think. Well, you could think that it's going well for a really long time.
It's called gaslighting.
A really long time. Oh yeah, and the longer it goes, the worse that your future is going to be.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
That's facts.
So
and
it's
the more
the
kids
idea
you
that,
have, the more caught you are.
Oh yeah.
Because
you
love your children. Where a man gets tortured is because society has said that a woman has nurturing instincts that a man doesn't possess. Well, yeah, she has paps. She can feed an infant with her body. A man can't do that normally.
Who cares, though? You know what? After a while, who cares? Because there's guys still that go and play Mr. Mom, and the bitch goes to work. And they sit there and they play Mr. Mom, they play their video games, and they just take care of the kid, right?
What I'm talking about is you're there listening to your child, or when your child falls down, you help them get back up, or you're spotting your child while they're climbing on monkey bars, or you go out
Yeah.
and push them in the swing, or when they're curious about something, they ask you and you tell them an honest answer, or when they're sad, you let them confide in you, even if they're sad about a decision that you made, or they're
Yeah.
angry with you, instead of using your power as an adult over them to make them feel worse and make it feel like it was their fault. Well, that's what women do. That's what women do. That's what bad mothers do. And that's what bad wives do. And it's basically universal, and it's for control. And it's for
Oh yeah. Look,
control.
bad psychology on purpose.
Bad,
And you
yeah,
could swear that overall, the reason why they do shit like this in this country is because, as far as they're concerned, it's thinning out their numbers.
that's it.
Because they could give a shit.
They
Yeah.
could give a shit because they don't
Right.
care about the
About
future
your
of other people.
Yeah, and they don't care about your emotions. They don't care about what happens to you. They just want your money. They don't fucking care.
They just want control. When it comes to a
Yep.
child, they just want control. They don't care about your future unless they have a plan for it. If you are being raised right now by a single mother who does not study with you, does not teach you your homework and make sure that you do it, and have an academic plan in sight for your future, she does not care about you enough to be honest with life. You are an
Yeah.
asset to her on a lower level than she will ever be. You would think that she would want you to be more successful, and if karma does its thing, because you were the good child and she was a loyal mother and she was a good mother, then in her time of need, you'll be there for her. But
Oh yeah. And, you know, again, a lot of times, and you'll see it, and it's very common. When the kids go deprived of their needs, they want to return to the nest later.
yep, yep,
So
all the
it's
time.
a sneaky fucked up trick by parents that don't really love you, and it's for their own selfish needs, and
That's
they
it.
will fuck you over with your childhood in order to do that.
That's it. If
And
you were
it's
taking any
knowing that.
relationship advice from your mother, you are going to fail every relationship you ever get into.
Oh
You
yeah,
will
it's
be
not good.
used and abused as a man, and you will be
Oh yeah.
left heartbroken and confused, and you will blame yourself, and you'll blame yourself.
Oh yeah, you'll actually think that what the women are telling you are true.
Mm-hmm.
And since you true, you'll actually believe it. It'll change your belief system with the shit that these bitches tell you.
Yes, they will take over your subconscious. You will lose connection to your
Yeah.
subconscious because you will believe her over yourself.
Right. And you will literally become a different person because of it. It'll change your character that much because
Yes.
it'll change your thoughts that deeply of your
Yes.
own self.
Yes, and it will create an internal conflict, and it will leave you frustrated because you have
Yeah.
your own beliefs about life and the world and what you were experiencing and in your own home, and she will have a whole nother narrative for you to follow.
Oh yeah. That's why, hey, you know something? I know we go back to the old place a lot, but again, being at Cameron's, right? It's that whole idea, man, that you have to look at it from Cameron's angle, and we have to look at it at this age now.
The
And
only
you got to look
reason
at it.
I failed, when I failed, and for as long as I did, was because I was in denial of what I had learned at Cameron's, and I had isolated that experience to that location instead of allowing it to
Right.
just be understood universal. Because it was
Oh,
so
look.
sad. It's so sad. It's so
Yeah.
ugly. It's so mean.
Oh yeah, but the cool part about it is that when we get to this point in our age, now it's something badass that we like,
Absolutely. That's
and
facts.
you just realize that shit, man. There's truth to it here. There are women out there, okay, that you don't want to bother looking at them, otherwise it's a consequence.
Most. And the pretty ones, don't bother looking at them because all you're doing is validating her with being another number.
Yeah. Look, there's reasons for these rules with the subconscious mind that were at Cameron's, dude. There's
Yep.
good reasoning for it. Because, look, you can't let women get away with their bullshit in this country. You could die.
No. And the truth is, by nature, man is the stronger and better of the two. But in society, woman
Yes.
is the stronger and more valued of the two.
Well, you know what? It's what it is. You know something? We talked about the idea of the one cell phone, right? I shit you not. Things are going to have to change to that degree with common moral law. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if people don't do it, things are just going to be that miserable all the time. Somebody you watch is going to make that idea a big deal at some point, and it'll get political, and people are going to have to start doing shit like that. They're going to have to share all the technology and all the technical bullshit to make sure that they're not cheating on each other or fucking each over out of finances or whatever else it might be. They're going to have to prove it to each other, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Otherwise,
think your idea on the, oh, you want to be in a relationship? Well, then we're going to only use one phone. We're going to share a phone.
yeah,
I
going to
think
have to.
that's great. I think that's absolutely fucking great. And if you see all those things about the spot a cheater, find a cheater, whatever, and then you watch those people that are going out on the streets advertising that, oh yeah, we'll pay you to, you guys trust each other exclusively, indefinitely, with everything, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. How long you been together? All this time? Okay. Um, I got a challenge for you. You guys accept? And it's always the guy that's like, yeah, no problem. And the woman's always, what do they do first? They smile. They try to make
Yeah.
themselves look small. They try to make the matter that's being presented look not worthy of their time.
Oh yeah,
So
it's business. It's
so
business.
then they do it, and it's always the woman cheating. It's always the woman cheating. So,
Oh yeah.
man, my mom was a psychopath. She
Yeah.
used and abused men the entire time I lived with her. And granted, I moved away. When I moved away, I was like almost 13.
Mm-hmm.
I had experienced so much from just being a child, living in that chaotic and primitive and just conniving of a woman's environment, that she ran the show. And infidelity, man, shit, shit. But I blame my mother. I thought, oh, it's just my mom. My mom's just like this, and you know, I had even told her one time, I'm gonna tell, because I was sick of it, and I got in
Mm-hmm.
trouble, and I didn't tell because we were dependent on that guy for survival. He was paying our bills. She's straddling some other dude on a fucking recliner at a party. I'm just like, what the
Oh
fuck?
yeah.
As a
Oh
kid,
yeah.
little
Yeah.
kid, man. Like,
Oh
I
yeah.
couldn't
Yeah.
believe it.
Oh yeah. No, and like you say, it's a lot to take in at an adult age because it's almost like she's putting you on the spot now because of what she did. Because she knew that you weren't going to tell as a kid, but she knows that you're going to find out later.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's been
So
afraid of me since um she got arrested.
yeah.
And she got arrested for good reason, and I was removed from the home for my own safety and for good reasons. She was given obligation to go to therapy, which she refused, and I never went back. And
What do you Yeah, what do you think overall? Because I would even still have kind of a hard time in answering this because when you're a kid, you just feel so stuck, man, because of the policy of being a kid. But it's like, what would you say to a kid? And again, I have a hard time answering this because I don't teach kids, I don't know. But what do you say to a kid about a psychopathic mother? Like if he wants your advice and you needed to give him some life-saving advice, what's the overall answer you think when you find out you're dealing with a psychopath like that to a kid? Do
when
you
she
try to
tells
find it?
you what she
Yeah.
thinks what she's gonna do,
Uh-huh.
believe her. When she tells you something somebody else that she's afraid of or doesn't like, and this she can be he too. Don't believe
Well, it's
anything they fucking say.
yeah. So you think that when it comes to psychotic parents, what do? Just run away from home? Try to find a safer place to go stay for a while?
Contact the police
Yeah,
when
but
the situation is arising. Contact the
yeah,
police. That was the only thing that saved me from it. The school wouldn't save me from it. DCS wouldn't save me from it. My family wouldn't save me from it.
the problem, though, is it depends on what cop ends up getting involved in the story. Because if they dive in and they go for your mother's bullshit and they side with her on it, then they leave you with nothing they can do, and they just leave you there helpless.
So
That's
in my case, that was happening. Um,
yeah.
I remember the first time I can remember experiencing physical violent abuse from my mother, which was not the first time I had experienced abuse from my mother. And we were living in this fucking, like, it was like a guest house, but it was also like a laundry room. It was, man, my office is like the size of the place we were living in. And it was my mom, baby brother, and
What you
we
just
don't
said.
have any food.
Look, present day, you need to take in what you just said. Your office space right now is bigger than the space where you grew up in. So your major come ups with reaping what you've sown, it far exceeds everybody else from the story.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it gets to the point where when you're able to take in that acknowledgement and know where your success is at just from having a good attitude and from them not having it and seeing where they got. Look, man, it's a big deal that it's not that you have to prove it to anybody else, but yeah, I would say it's important to, on your own time, not have so much an ego with everyone else, but to your own self. I think you should have a sense of pride that you ended up where you are.
Oh, I do. Man, I'm one fucking proud person. But not because of the survival, but because of the accomplishments. But in that place, I'm climbing up. I'm in first grade, like just starting first grade. Had, graduated kindergarten like months prior.
Uh
And
huh.
I'm climbing up we have Pop Tarts. I'm talking the kitchen is empty. There's like a box of Pop Tarts, some pilot bread, crackers, peanut butter type. There ain't food in the fucking place. And
I see. Yeah.
I'm climbing up to get a Pop Tart, and I wake my mother up. And at the time I think she was working at the bar, and she picks me up like she's Andre the fucking Giant and throws me against this stove. Throws, bam, and I hit the handle hard. And I go to school, and she tells me it was because I was making too much noise. And then she goes back to bed, and I get on the bus. I go to school, and I go to lean back in my chair, and it hurts. It had
Oh
like
yeah.
scraped my back, and my back was bruised. And the teacher calls me out of the class, Sister Margaret Ann. And I'm outside, and she's like, well, what's the matter with your back? Bro, I don't know anything about anything. I don't know about child
Right.
abuse. I don't know about tattletaling. I don't know what just happened.
Yeah, you're afraid to even talk. You don't know.
I just
You
told
thought that.
her. No, I just told her. I was
Oh
an
shit.
honest kid, man. I'm still an
No
honest
shit.
man. I just told her
That,
I was
that's good.
making too much noise, and my mom threw me against the stove.
Yeah.
So my back hurts now. She's like, okay, go to
Yeah.
class. So I go, my mom picks me up from school. How was school? Well, my back hurts. And I ended up telling my teacher because she called me out of class and asked me. So my mom starts slapping me, backhand,
Oh.
bam, 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 in the school parking lot, in the car. You want to tell your teacher that? Huh? You want to tell her that? Tell her
Yeah.
that. And after that, that was it. I was silent.
Oh
This level of abuse went on for years. And one
yeah.
time, Once I finally learned about child abuse, I asked her in front of her boyfriend, who protected me when he was around. I was physically safe, and
Wow.
isn't is this child abuse? He didn't know what was really going on, and he kind of
Yeah.
laughed at me, and they're both like, "Oh, you want to see what an abusive family looks like? We'll take you to an abusive home. We'll show you. We'll bring you there." And it was like, okay, whatever then. And it wasn't until another 7, or not 7, but 5 years before I finally had contacted authorities about it. And
Yeah.
what you were talking about, the whole reason that the authorities were her, she was trying to charm the cops. Oh, hi, yeah, no, doing her little thing, trying to charm the cops. And then
Flirtatious.
when they saw me,
Yeah.
everything changed. And they had the man fill out a police report. They had me fill out a police report, and him and I's were the same. Hers was completely different. And they had all three of us separated. So she got arrested. I'm watching her try to kick out the cop car windows and screaming. The cops carrying her. She's kicking her feet. My grandfather bailed her out of jail. Yeah. And then she tells me I'm either going to foster homes or my grandmother's. So I called my grandmother that day and told her what she said. And my grandmother's a foster kid. So my grandma took me in. But the damage was already done, man. I was already, going on 13, going on 30, and was still innocent. I didn't drink,
Yeah.
I didn't smoke cigarettes, I didn't
Right.
have any sexual interactions with anybody.
Right.
Yeah, and that's how I was being treated in my home.
Yeah. It's stories like these too, because we have plenty of them. And what's crazy is we go over some of these stories and how brutal they are. We end up realizing what a great place Cameron's was.
Yeah, it saved me and potentially saved my life,
Yeah.
and that was, I
Yeah.
think, the hardest thing to accept.
No, yeah, actually realizing that Cameron's was nothing but a vacation.
That it saved my life from my mother,
Yep.
who had threatened to kill me as a
Yes.
child with a
Yep.
weapon in hand, and I didn't believe her.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe her. I couldn't believe that she would actually do that. I thought she was just being crazy, but I'm still alive to be able to tell the tale because I called the cops. I was sick of it. And
Yeah.
it wasn't getting better, it was getting worse. It was at the point she's pulling fucking sharp weapons. She pushed me downstairs.
Yeah.
Like, I literally rolled downstairs and almost hit my head on a stone statue that my grandmother had made.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
Um,
That was after DCS was involved. That was after the police had been informed, and after she was slapping me in the face to the point she's splitting my lips.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. That was my childhood. And then I married a reflection of that without
Not on
knowing.
purpose. Yeah,
No,
but not on purpose. You didn't do that
absolutely
on
not.
purpose.
Absolutely
Yeah.
not. In fact, I consciously tried to not. My ex-wife
Right.
looks the exact opposite of my mother. They both have blue eyes, but my ex-wife, dark hair, dark straight hair, tall, slender. My mom's very short, blonde hair, kind of wavy and kind of chubby, little chubby. Um, like a gnome. She's built like a gnome, and but her heart is of a troll.
I don't. I don't think you married her on purpose like that for it
No,
to. Yeah. No. If anything, like you said,
try
you
to do the
did your best
opposite.
to avoid it. Yeah,
I
you
tried
did
to
your
do the
best.
opposite.
Well, you know what? You can never tell about people either, though. There's certain things where you just can't tell at first.
Well, the difference was my ex-wife is a covert narcissist undiagnosed psychopath, where my mother is an overt narcissist, covert psychopath, undiagnosed.
One's kind of like a sociopath and one's a psychopath.
Yeah, well, no, both of them psychopaths. Both of them have split personalities and live double lives and tell people false narratives for control. Only psychopaths do that.
Is one of them though? Isn't one of them like you say, kind of covert and doing it from behind a curtain though? Like the difference is, I think that they're both just crazy people. I don't give a
That's
fuck.
it. That's all. Like I said, it's undiagnosed, so you could be right, could be totally right. I could be wrong, and one's the other, and the other's the other, or whatever. But yeah, bottom line is, bottom line is violent, delusional, and delusion-causing people. That's the most dangerous part. Is they can fabricate your reality if you trust them.
It's making crazy decisions, right? Because they're making bad decisions on purpose to create a overall bad outcome, and they're doing that on purpose.
Yes, and the innocent level that everybody's capable of is, say you're quote unquote in love. You're going through the effects of long-term oxytocin release in pair bonding with this person. So you're getting your dopamine hits and serotonin, and life feels great, and the sky is just bluer and all that shit. The colors are more vibrant. Is that we can, especially when we're young, try to sound or look impressive. Try to sacrifice things that we want for our life to cater to the other person's wants, and to try to make each other's wants in more alignment. Men do this. Men do this more often than women, and men will suffer longer than women with it.
Yes, and because business-wise, they are making her dreams come true and not theirs.
Yes, bingo. And that's what keeps her around. So that's what keeps, allegedly, or supposed to be, or in his mind, his happiness, his peace, his the softness, the something pretty to come home to, the soft voice to listen and talk and share ideas and drink and live and fuck. So, but all the things are so fucked up and convoluted right now, and expectations are against nature, especially when it comes to marriage. But when it gets psychopathic is when these virtues that the person has said that they will express or sacrifice are not even being tried for, but are absolutely deceitful and known to the person that I'm not even trying. This other person is trying. I'm watching the other person try, but I'm not. The other person's an idiot. They're choosing to sacrifice this. I said I would. It doesn't mean I have to. So where it gets sinister is when they start justifying, because of the ego, how stupid and naive and deserving the other person is for the bad treatment, or coming up with stories and narratives for other people. Why do you treat that person so bad? Well, they did this to me. Oh, they did that to you. Well, why don't you leave? Or whatever it may be, it's because of control. What was my ex-wife's thing? Well, why didn't you leave if he was so abusive? Oh, I was scared. Wait a minute. So if I'm in a horror movie and I am wounded and I have Freaky Jason coming after me with a big ass machete, I'm going to stay in the home because that's what instincts say. Instincts tell me I'm going to stay here for years without report. And Freaky Jason leaves the home and he comes back and I'm free to leave whenever I want. Huh?
Yeah, you got to remember, a lot of people burn off of reverse psychology. So a lot of times when you see these chicks, especially when they live in the hood, you see it a lot. When you see chicks get their ass kicked by the either husband or boyfriend that lives with them, and the cops come and take them away, and literally the chick will be showing them her bruises from getting her ass beat up and everything. Every time, dude, she takes the guy back.
Well, here's another thing. What's sad about that is there are many cases where that abuse that you're talking about, she
Yeah.
put those bruises on herself.
I know. I agree with you. I agree with you. And then they start to understand that. That's why they take them back.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. Because usually when you find out, too, why he beat the shit out of her, he probably had his reasons.
So,
It doesn't sound good, but it sounds terrible because I don't think I could have it in me to want the relationship to stick that bad to where I have to beat her up.
no.
But usually when you hear that they got their ass kicked, they usually fucked up somewhere and did something pretty bad.
So, about 7 years before I left my ex-wife, my son was like 4, my daughter was 6. My ex-wife already had a habit, and what that was to take the kids to her parents, drop them off, go do her thingy thing, and then pick the kids up. She would tell me that, oh, I'm going to go to my mother's place.
Right.
So you got to learn a person's lie language.
Oh, yeah.
Well, once I realized what mother's place meant, I was throwing up off my back porch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
she would drop the kids off, and I'd be at home. So one day I knew what was happening. And you talk about the dad at home raising the kids, and the mom's going out. Well, my ex-wife didn't have a job. She was just going out doing her thingy thing. So
Oh, yeah.
I would stay at home. Well, this one time, and I'm playing Final Fantasy 15. You talk about the video games, yeah, man, and it was a great story. I tell her no, the kids are gonna stay with me today, and you can go to your mom's if you want, but no, they're staying with me. Oh, this is gonna get great. So it turns into a big argument, and we're across the room from each other. I get off the couch, I step back, and I tell her straight up, this is my final answer. The kids are staying at home with me, and go ahead and go. And she's like, she freaks out and starts screaming. And I was like, what are you doing? What are you gonna attack me? Like, it's not gonna change anything. Are you trying to fight? And she ran at me and threw a haymaker.
Yeah.
And I got out of the way of it, and I wrapped her arms up. But the way that I had slipped the punch, like I'm losing my balance. So I went into what's called drunken style and just allowed myself to fall. And we landed on my back with my arms around her arms. And
Yeah.
I didn't hold her any harder than I needed to keep her from hitting me again. And I didn't hold
Yeah.
her any longer than I needed to before confirmation of knowing the violence is over. Like, you're not going to do this. And it was like, are you done? And she's like, yeah. So I let her go, and that was it. And then she left. And then she left and went and did her thingy thing.
Yeah.
So my daughter, however, 14 years later, says to me that she watched me strangle her mother.
Uh,
And then a couple of years after that, tells my grandmother, who's like, your dad didn't do that. If your dad lost his cool and went violent, for one, there would be signs. But if you're talking about something like that, come on, get real, get real. And my daughter is started crying. Women cry when they want something. They're biologically
yeah.
wired to cry when they want something. So my daughter started crying and said that she had seen the bruises, had seen bruises. Well, my
Uh,
daughter had brought this up to me. I was like, what do you think happened? Do you think I told her what I told you and the world listening? What do you think happened? You think I just went up to your mom and started strangling. What do you think you witnessed? And she was kind of taken back, and she nodded like yes, that I went up and put my hands around her neck like a serial killer movie, like a Alfred Hitchcock, and it was like that is ridiculous. I'm a fucking martial arts master. We don't even do that. So my ex-wife had ingrained a false memory into my daughter that had inflicted a trauma, and it was a
Yeah.
traumatic situation. Her parents fighting
Oh,
like that was a traumatic situation. I handled it as non-violently as I possibly could.
yeah, my former stepmother did that to one of her daughters. She lied to her and kept the lie going with the other two daughters because it was the youngest one that she's lying to.
That's what happened to my
And
brother-in-law. Yeah, continue.
they kept telling her that her dad raped her when she was a kid, and it never happened.
That's
And
what happened to my
trying
brother-in-law. Same thing.
they kept trying to get her to fucking believe that the dad raped her
Yep.
and shit, and he never
Same thing.
did. He never did rape her.
Same thing happened to
Yeah.
him. It never happened. It never
Yeah.
happened. And
Yeah.
that man fought in court every which way. There was no evidence for anything ever. And he was about 4 years in. He's about to get his kids because there was no evidence. Everything's been proven on the contrary. It's just this crazy bitch keeps telling people this crazy shit and keeps telling her kids to say this crazy shit, and the kids are saying it. So, and there's records of this. So, what happened was she claimed then the kids were molesting each other in the home. And what that did was bring up probable cause, again, for the abuse that was accused of this man that hadn't even been able to see his kids in 4 years. That this behavior was now starting. So then my kids are living in that home. I file a DCS record. I'm like, fuck this. And my son was living in this construction site basement starting at the age of almost 9 that had a
Mm-hmm.
hole in the wall, 4 feet by 4 feet minimum, that you could see the dirt in the crawl space, and no windows. It was a pantry with concrete floors. The outside of the room had construction site, concrete floors, fucking lights like we had at the program. We're
Mm-hmm.
talking a shit show.
Oh
And
yeah.
the father-in-law commits suicide. His grandpa commits suicide right above him within two
Yeah.
months of him moving in. Alleged suicide. Um, and ex-wife claims that oh, she was living down there in that room, but this little boy had claimed that my son was molested. So that's what had really sparked this DCS thing. If my son's been molested, I want an investigation done. Who has done this to my son? Who has violated my child? And the investigation went on, and come to find out, no, nobody's molested my son. That's what I thought. I would have known. So okay, my son asked the boy, why did you say that? The little boy, the poor little boy who said that, said, I don't know. He told my son, I don't know why I said it. He said it because he was brainwashed.
Yeah.
His mother had more control over his subconscious than he had of himself because he's a little boy. That's core fundamentals.
Oh yeah. My dad's second wife used to do that shit to me. She used to try to regulate my subconscious and run like mind tricks with the house.
Mm-hmm.
And she used to try to put me to work like child labor like that. And she used to just kind of start putting me to work, and she was being a bitch about it, making me like armor all the tires on her car. And I looked up at her and went, what the fuck? Why are you making me do this? She goes, oh, it's what you have to do in order, you live here. You live here. And I went, fuck you. I'm done. It's just that, yeah, it's exactly what you're saying. The kid doesn't know what the mother's doing.
So I'm gonna tell you about this mother, and I'm gonna call her Modern Warfare Megatron.
Uh,
I'm gonna call her Modern Warfare Megatron. So what Modern Warfare Megatron did to her children, and I had noticed this when I was still married and she was still married to White Musashi's former brother-in-law, and she would like my ex and I would babysit her kids, and we had noticed there was a lot of issues with her kids. Our kids, when my ex-wife and I were together, our kids were raised with actually really good balance. I left because her and I's relationship had gotten so unmanageably toxic that our differences were bleeding over in front of the kids, and it was becoming more regular. So it was like, no, I got to get out of this, move down the road, get an apartment so I can get away, be with my kids, let my ex find herself, establish herself, fuck who she wants, and you know, the kids will be fine. Well, that wasn't a part of the plan. Get my kids taken. When I'm fucking recognizing that wasn't part of the plan, I used some foul fucking language. Um, so my son, he ends up telling DC, no, it didn't happen. Okay, so what this woman would do, she'd leave her kids for my ex and I to babysit, and she would say in the back of the car, she's standing there, I love you, and the kids would start crying, and then
Yeah.
every time she would say I love you, the kids would cry harder. And then she would just keep saying it. And I was looking at my ex-wife like, what the fuck's your sister doing?
Torture. It's torture like that.
And my
It's on
ex was like,
purpose.
I know, it's weird. It's messed up. I was like, that's child abuse.
It is.
And my ex was like, yeah, I don't like it either. I don't think that we agreed that the chaos that was going on in that home, like Marion, Modern Warfare Megatron would tear down her husband's garage, all the tools. He would come home from work. This guy's a fucking Green Beret. He would come home from work being out in the field and doing all this classwork and learning languages and learning math and blah 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 blah, marching for fucking miles on end, just ridiculous, watching the sunrise, stinking like a corpse. This dude would come home, his garage, all his tools would be ripped apart that he had spent putting all the pegboards up and organizing everything so he can work on his vehicles. His living room, she tore down the TV, ripped it apart, tore up their fucking living room, destroyed everything. He buys her a watch for like their anniversary or something. He's got it, waiting for to give it to her at the right time in his vehicle. She finds it, destroys the watch, and it accuses him of who's this for and all this stuff. This is his wife. So he leaves,
Yeah.
and I come back from Washington State. Freaking my ex-wife is having an affair with a real estate agent who was a friend of mine when we had considered moving. So I come back and I've already learned everything that I need to know. I'm ready to leave. The relationship is over. I'm ready to move. Just we got to figure this out. Like, I'm just as detached at this point. I have no love for my wife at this point. I know exactly what she's doing. I just don't know who she's doing it with. And I'm in the vehicle, and my ex is giving me her lie smile. And she's like, oh, Steven has done all these terrible things, and you got to talk to Marion and all this stuff, and there's going to be an investigation. And I'm like, damn, that's I don't believe it, but let's just see. But if he did it, I want to know. I end up getting a call from DCS. I don't know that I'm under investigation.
No.
I tell DCS everything I motherfucking know. I'm like, and I tell DCS, hey, if this guy is a danger to children, I need to know because I've trusted him with mine. DCS tells me no, there is no sign of any danger. He is totally safe with your children. I'm like, okay,
No.
cool. So I get contacted by Marion, and she's trying to tell me this stuff. And I tell her, look, I just talked to DCS. They tell me there's no sign of abuse, and that they had to do a physical inspection. I have seen this woman get drunk. Well, I didn't see it. I was there she came to our house the day after, and because she woke up next to a man that she wasn't attracted to, she was mitigating whether or not to accuse that man of rape on a formal level.
Yeah.
And on top of that, she slept with the guy because her alleged drug dealer boyfriend, who I never met, was having an affair with somebody else. And so she did this. And she's out, and I was like, Marion, if you be fucking Modern Warfare Megatron, if you do that, that's evil. That's a crime. You will ruin that man's life because you didn't think it was good enough for you. So she didn't do it. So she
Yep.
does it. So she is claiming to DCS and everybody, and with her attorney, plotting on this man, his brothers, his father,
Oh yeah.
everybody who ever had contact with those children. Me, but passively, she said, "Oh, my daughter said that she doesn't know if White Musashi was involved or not, but she mentioned his name when we were talking about the abuse." So what she would do is she would go to her kids and be like, "You remember when your dad did this, right? Your dad did this to you, huh? You remember? Do you remember? Yeah, you remember, right? Your dad did this. He did that. Do you remember saying this that this happened? Yeah, that happened. You remember, right? The same thing that she would do when she was saying, I love you," and making the kids scream.
Wow.
Yeah. So this went on for years. This man has no contact with his kids. I've got barely any contact with mine, and they're all living in the same house. You
Jeez.
yeah, 6 kids and 3 females. And the last man that was in the house committed suicide with my
Oh. Oh.
firearm.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh dude.
Yeah, with the kids in the home, and my ex-wife with her new lover, and Mary, the Modern Warfare Megatron, and Modern Warfare Megatron mom, at the freaking at the house when it happened, and they're both upstairs, and all the kids are downstairs. They said
Yeah.
they thought, man, my kids told me they thought they heard his body flop. I was like, nah, it was a gunshot, my babies. I'm sorry.
Oh shit.
Yeah. When it happened,
Well.
Steven and I were like, they're going to try to accuse us of murder.
Oh yeah.
And we were both debating, do you think he used your gun or mine? I knew he used mine because I
Shit.
broke his heart the most when I left, and I gave him my family exit letter. And I told him where I felt he had failed because he knew what my ex-wife was doing. He knew. Their family preacher knew.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he used my 45. That or he was murdered for his assets to afford a ruthless and psychopathic rampage attorney named Michael Myers or Martha the Cannibal, whichever. Yeah. So this not only gets on that level, this gets so bad that I'm not even going to go into details because
It's that nerve wracking.
it's that it's that bad. There's a reason certain crimes are not
Talked about
overtly exposed in their detail beyond the people that need to know, because it can be used in other ways. And what this adult had groomed in these children is psychosexual,
Yeah.
because that's what she is.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So the only men that were there to protect those kids were all forced out of their lives to include mortally. So you were talking about in the beginning wanting your death, and if they can legally get away with it, they would. Well,
Yes.
we've got two men that have been absolutely kicked out of their kids' lives, and another man that's dead,
Yeah.
physically dead. And then we have a child that's attempted suicide at the age of 14.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You know what? This is it's unfortunately, just as crazy as it is, it just sounds so scripted, man, because of how cliche the story kind of is in order for it to even happen.
Yeah, it's damn near stereotypical. But
Yeah.
it's also it pushed to such an extreme. It's pushed to such an extreme that it it's almost unbelievable. But that was the point. That was the
Yeah.
point, was to make it unbelievable. And
Sure.
I had a mediator apologize to me because
Yeah.
Martha
Couldn't
the
tell.
cannibal, he could tell what was going on. And he was
Mhm.
supposed to be a high impact situation mediator. And
Right.
he came in, they were trying to tell him, oh, he's insane. He's got all this stuff on his record. I don't have any record. I have no criminal record, military record, honorable discharge with a whole bunch of medals. Freaking accolades. I've got accolades. I don't have a record. Freaking. And he comes in and then he goes back and he's like, he tells him, hey, his attorney's letting him speak for himself. Everything he says is very intelligible. He's very, very well put together. It's logical. It makes sense. So do you want to? And they're like, absolutely not. So he came back and apologized. And he said, you're probably going to just have to go, through trial. They're not going to be reasonable on anything. And sorry that your time has been wasted. There's nothing I can do for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Therapy. Therapist for the former brother-in-law of Modern Warfare Megatron's kids. Once the it was getting down to there has been no physical abuse from a male, but psychosexual abuse from a female. Where is the father? Removed from therapy. Myself,
Yeah.
once my son's therapist was like, "Where's the father? I want to speak with him. I want to have meetings with the father," and it's set in court. Then they pulled him from therapy.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Then they pulled him
Oh
from
yeah.
motherfucking therapy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All it took was one phone call from Martha the Cannibal.
Yeah. Look, man, women know what they're doing with this shit, and they know that they're ruining things by doing it constantly too.
That is why we are
Because
having this podcast.
oh yeah, like you say, they use the law, and there's many of things to look. There's so many things to look out for when they do this shit on purpose too.
Yep.
Because they just know that you're not counting on any of it. They know that they can manipulate you to think that you're wrong and that you're the crazy one when we know it's not the case.
Yep.
And it's hard because you have to really see through it and understand that you're not the problem.
That's
Because
it.
they will do everything they can to get you to believe it. And they're con artists. So since they're good at being a con artist, they will get you to believe it for a time. You got to understand that it's not you and that it's them.
Oh yeah, I was
It's a
gaslit into an alternate reality for years of my life. And then once I was realizing, truly accepting that this was going on, it was coming from arguments that I was having with my subconscious. And
yes,
and
you're
yeah, yep. Self-preservation, instinctive self-preservation.
yeah. Yep.
It was that
Yep.
bad.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Oh fuck. You're talking literally something that you cannot tell the difference for that long. Like when you finally wake up on it and it's not even intentional, you just understand it all of a sudden one day because you made it. You know what I'm saying? It's that much of a fucking weird. Don't get me wrong. it's not a bad cold slap in the face, but when you realize what it is that they were doing and how you ended up in the situation you are, you know.
When it comes to the thirst for understanding and knowledge, um, you can't trade this experience. You
No.
you cannot trade this experience. There is nothing that you can be told that will give you this level of wisdom on the matter and bring you this close to reality versus another commercial facade that has been sold in Western civilization, and that is the
Yeah.
value of women, that they are
Yeah,
worth more than you, that they are more moral than you. Yep. No, they're not.
you have to remember too. They like to go around and wave the thought, oh, prostitution was the first, what I saw, what do they call it?
Women career.
It's not though. Hunting is. We went over this. Remember?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
That is the oldest profession in the book is hunting. So
Men were
prostitution is
paying women for fucking sex. Men were taking women and fucking them.
right. So it's hunting. Hunting is the first profession, and since that's the case, prostitution is hunting because they're preying on lonely men.
It is. But if we're considering the man, he goes to another tribe and kidnaps the woman and feeds her, and we're going to call that prostitution? I mean, come on.
Well, I don't think so.
I know
You're
you
talking
don't,
then you're
but yeah.
hunting tribes are that's different shit, man. We wouldn't last a day at that shit. A real true hunting tribe like Apocalypto.
Oh,
That's
yeah. If we could make it past the first 6 months, we could adapt, but making it past the first 6 months is going to be hell.
what? Good luck making it a single day at that shit.
Good luck making it a single day. Exactly.
Oh yeah, it's that crazy.
It's that crazy.
Living a life like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Fuck.
Yeah.
But you got to consider hunting is where it narrows itself down to, not prostitution. It's hunting.
Yeah, I agree.
Because they're preying on lonely men, and at the same time, when you realize that that is what they are doing, forget about the power of the pussy. It's the power of the mind. When you realize it's the power of your mind, you can manipulate the exact same way. You just don't do it with the pussy. And that is even better because you don't have to deal with bleeding out of it like that. And you don't have to deal with menopause and all this other shit when you turn that age.
Well, so, here's something. Go ahead.
Well, my point is that you can play the same type of game even though you don't have the vagina. You can literally master that world of martial arts that they're manipulating with, because let's face it, they're praying and they're being artists with the praying too.
You can buy into it. You can buy into it. You can fully buy into it and completely dedicate your life to it as a biological male with a penis and learn all the tips, tricks of the trade of feminine manipulation, because it's bought and sold in America.
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's just about everywhere now.
It's a product. Yeah. Femininity itself has no longer been a matter of woman, but a matter of products that they need every single day to feel feminine, to use their feminine powers.
Yeah.
Think about how unpractical a short skirt and a pair of heels are. Looks good. It's practical for them when you consider the sex appeal that it brings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know how it's getting, man. Unfortunately. Oh man, because then it changes into the topic of just stuff. Yeah.
We can just go back to Mama's Boys. Then there's the exact opposite. You got the fucking Mama's Boys that believe everything that Mama told her. And their friend's mama.
The reason why you want to watch out for a mama's boy out there in the world of business is because usually a mama's boy will be a really big shyster and he'll fuck you over.
Facts. So the real estate agent who had freaking, was having this affair. If you're a real estate agent and you are having an affair with a client, that is a conflict of interest. You can lose your license over it. So they
Oh,
ended up panicking when I found out what was going on, and just went full guns, to
oh,
cover up their
just
lie.
look, man. Anytime that you tie in, and you know this, and you know better at your age too, because you just naturally will. You know better. You do not. It's always conflict of interest. You don't fuck around like that at work. You don't mess with women that at their jobs. You know, it's
Let
just bad
alone
for
married
business.
women. Yeah,
That's really just flat out stupid because then you're making a target out of yourself.
yeah, yeah,
When you fuck
exactly.
around with married women, you're just making a target of yourself. It doesn't matter if you can kick the guy's ass or not, or if you can take
Exactly.
him.
It
You're
don't
still,
matter.
yeah, you're making a target of yourself when you mess around with women that are already playing that marriage hand and all that bullshit.
Bro, my ex-wife had punched me in the side of the head in my dojo during a class when he was there as a student or as a guest. He was never actually a student. He had only gotten a couple of lessons, but as a guest in my dojo.
You
She
know,
Here she was committing domestic violence. Well, she's accusing me of domestic violence.
you know what? That's women for you, dude.
Bingo.
I mean, shit. I know it sounds too dismissive when we say it like that, but
She literally
unfortunately, this.
sucker punched me in the side of the head from behind in front
Oh
of this
yeah,
guy. Well, I don't know that they're having an affair.
oh yeah, that's women for you. That is women for you, 100%.
Yep. And then come to the divorce. Freaking, I move out of the house. I get myself an apartment. I'm established. I'm taking care of the kids. I'm paying all her bills. I'm paying the mortgage. I'm paying the utilities. I'm making sure there's food for the kids. Freaking, and she's supposed to be going to school. Have an agreement on the money. I'm paying my own bills. I've got an empty apartment, a couple pots and pans, and a mattress. I'm sleeping basically on the floor. I've got nothing, and I'm
Yeah,
willing to do this because the peace and the space that I will have away from this woman, and the newfound freedom that I'm going to have in my life, and be able to raise
better,
my kids with peace. Fuck, man,
better.
priceless.
Yes, it's that much better. Yeah.
So she's trying to piss me off this whole time I have moved out. She's taking extra
Oh
money
yeah.
from my account, money that we didn't agree on. It's making it so I can't pay my bills now.
Oh
And
yeah.
I had everything written down, and I don't even know what the word gaslighting is yet.
Right.
So I've got it all written down, and then she's like, "You always change your mind about things," and I'm thinking, "Ha! I got you, bitch! I wrote it all down, ha ha!" And so the next day, I get this call. Oh, I'm gonna take you. I want to take you to the VA, and I was allowing her to collect her own paycheck for her own whatever from the VA as a quote unquote caregiver, which she had been approved for. And I'm not going to get into what it is, and I'll never use the program again, but I do think it's potentially a good program, but there's a lot of uh, problems that can
It's
come with it.
not flawless.
It's not
It can
flawless.
cause, yeah.
Can cause a lot of damage with it. It can psychologically mess with a couple. It can get to, I watched it psychologically mess with my ex-wife, where she was
Yeah,
taking it to a whole nother level.
yeah, programs like that create a lot of change really fast.
Yeah.
And it creates so much change so quickly that yeah, they change all those common because it goes with their belief system. Their common beliefs change all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Oh
So
yeah, the programs like that.
so I wake up one morning and she's like, I'm gonna take you. I'm gonna come to pick you up. My vehicle was broke down. I leave. I got an '81 Cutlass. Is broke down. I'm leaving like Uncle Buck, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she's got the nice car and the house, and she's gonna get all the money for it. And I signed the quit claim deed because I didn't want the money for it. It was like, you need it. I found out about the credit card debt, a portion of it, and was like, use it to pay off your fucking debts so you can start off clean. I'm gonna pay all the bill, blah 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 blah. So then she starts like fucking with me. She starts
Oh
saying,
yeah.
I want this painting that you got. I was like, I left you plenty of art. I left you a full house with art. I'm considering that painting a family heirloom. You're not having it. You're not having the pieces that I took. And she's like, okay, I want your shoes.
Uh,
So I'm gonna
fucking.
do a very short backstory. Living on Kodiak Island as a kid was rough, and
Oh, yeah.
and
Yeah.
I used to have to do what's called chicken fight, which is fighting with your legs while you hold on to monkey bars. This whole family of Filipino kids,
Yeah.
and if I was caught at the park, oh man, I used to have to hide my bicycle. Oh man, these two
Yeah.
kids tuck and tune, man, tuck and tune. And if I would win, then I'd have to fight another one, and they would get to where they just wore me the fuck out. I was the white boy that would just have to keep fighting. And we were kicking each other in the face up there, all that stuff, grabbing our legs, pulling the other one off the bars. It was violent. It's
You
called
were a
chicken.
white boy.
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah.
you could only fight with your legs, and it was kind of the way that we were able to like mitigate the violence, I guess, keep it from getting too out of hand, keep it from looking like a kid's getting jumped. So they end up being like, I win, and I just keep winning. And then they pull me off the bars. I land on my back, and they take my shoes. They tie my shoes, and they throw them up on top of this fucking play set. It's like over 20 feet. It's got the spiral slides. It's got a cage. You can't climb up there. It's my only pair of shoes, and I live on a fucking island. I go
Yeah.
home. My mom's like, what happened? Where's your shoes? I tell her what happened. My shoes are up on this fucking thing, and we can't afford new shoes. She takes me to the fucking store with change and buys me some tourist boat shoes, like some canvas shit.
Yeah.
And I had to wear, and these are girl shoes. I had to wear this shit for like a month. These,
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And it was on purpose to torture you.
yeah. So
Oh, yeah.
these she tells me she wants my shoes, and I'm like, I
Fuck.
laugh at first, and I already know what
Yeah.
that means because she knew about that situation that had happened to me as a child, 14 years of marriage.
Yeah.
And she thought that I was gonna let her jump me, and she was gonna take my shoes like those kids did. And she had me surrounded basically with her attorney. She had a plan with her sister, with her mom. Her dad was still alive at the time. They had me surrounded, and she knew it. She had her new lover. He's supporting her. His family, he's supporting her. And she's like, give me your shoes. I was like, you couldn't walk a mile in my shoes. They don't fit you. What do you want my shoes for? And she said, on principle. And when she said on principle, that's when I knew what she meant.
Yeah.
So instead of submitting and letting her take my shoes like I did with that group of Filipino kids, I got in that car and I said everything that I had been holding back for the past 3 years while I was trying to repair my marriage so I could save my family. To include let her sleep with whoever the fuck she wants and rewire my brain to not care about that.
Fucking crazy. I couldn't do that. I'd be
I had
pissed.
to. I just needed honesty, and I was no longer sexually attracted to her anyway. I didn't want to have sex with her, and she's a human, and we have two humans to raise. So
Yeah.
I had to. For me, it was a business decision, and
Oh, yeah.
having that as a part of my marriage was no longer a necessity because it wasn't happening anyway. So if I
Right.
wanted, yeah, if I wanted, and I thought maybe if I just, quote unquote, let her, quote unquote, do what she wants,
Think
then
she
she
has
would,
the power.
then she would stop treating me like shit, and she
Right.
would be at peace in the home. And I was still in the state of blaming myself that I hadn't provided a safe enough mental environment or emotional environment for her to be able to feel she can be honest with me.
Right.
So while trying to provide that, it just made me look submissive. So
Yeah.
it made her treat me even worse because she thought that I was
Upper
rewarding
hand.
the bad behavior without knowing it.
Yeah, yeah. You're giving her more of the upper hand. That's why it's a bigger problem.
Yep. So we move back forward. I'm in this car. I let her know everything. And my volume is up. My tone is changed. My emotions, I feel like a gorilla in that car. I feel like a leopard feels when something has caused it a intentional ambush. I knew that
Yeah.
she was ambushing me over what I cared about the most. I was the
Oh
only
yeah.
one who knew what she was actually saying to me.
Right.
So I let her fucking have it. And with my words, with my words, I didn't
Yeah.
lay a finger on her. And
Right.
I still smoked cigarettes at the time. Notice it, I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. We stopped at a convenience store, which was so detrimental to, or so helping to the case. It's basically what solved the case of is this a battered wife or not? And we stop at the gas station. She's in the car. She doesn't leave. I get back in the car, continue to scream all the way 35, 40 minutes. I lose my voice over this. Go into the
Yeah.
VA, calm as a cucumber, do what I need to do, get back in the car. I am screaming my fucking head off all the way back. Drops me off, slam the car door, contact my attorney. Yes, let's file for divorce. A few hours later, I get a knock on my door, order of protection. I can't see my kids. I can't contact my kids. I don't even want to ever see my ex-wife again, but I don't understand how any of this works. And I'm being told, and then I read the thing and there's a bunch of lies in it. And I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? There are lies like crazy. There's virtue signaling in it. Oh, I care about the vets, but oh, he changed and all this stuff. Like, oh my goodness gracious. There's all these allegations of abuse and all this stuff. Spent 3 years in court. It's proven, okay, this woman's full of shit. The breaker was she never contacted the police. She never left him at the VA. She never left him at that gas station. She wasn't scared at all. She
No,
wasn't.
she knew. She knew what she was doing.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
she had never been attacked by me. She'd never been
No,
able to make me mad enough to attack her. Still to this day. Still to this
right.
motherfucking day.
Yeah.
So, but on the contrary, she told everybody that I did. All the way
Oh
to the
yeah.
point, got my daughter crying, lying, telling my grandmother
Yeah.
she seen bruises on her mother's neck. When you were 7 years old, you saw bruises on your mother's neck. Well, I'll
No.
tell you,
Yeah.
I didn't do them. It wasn't me who was choking your mom. I was still innocent, like sexually then. I trusted my wife. Like I'm still innocent sexually now, but um, I'm experienced and for basic monogamous type thinking mindset and frame, yeah, it would be regarded as deviant, but always, consensual, legal age appropriate. I don't freaking date 20-year-olds or even getting in their 30s. You know, um, but I don't even entertain that. I don't even converse with that. They have nothing to say to me. And what you were talking about with the mind versus the power of the mind versus the power of the pussy is a lot of women believe that men feature fuck. And that means you look at a part of her body and you can focus on that part of their body and be so turned on, and the rest of her body can be a mess. Well, this has turned into an excuse for women to become lazy slobs. and then the ultra attractive have all the catch of multimillionaires, young, in shape, inherited wealth, and so on and so on. So then your average great guys truly are now waiting for women to get past their unrealistic expectations. So the truth is that, especially the wiser a man gets, the older a man gets, the less feature fucking he's capable of doing. So a boy can look at a piece of a torn porno magazine and see a pussy and be like, oh wow, oh, and feel arousal. A grown man with children, or a grown man period, cannot just see a vagina and feel a physical sensation of arousal. It is
No,
not a
they've been
curiosity.
no, they've been through too much, and they know what the women are about, and they know what that whole. Yeah, no,
And they
it's
have a good
it's
idea of what vagina feels like. They felt it enough. It's no longer a curiosity. We may all look at a Lambo. We don't touch a Lambo. We look at a Lambo in a magazine. We're like, oh, wow, that's a Lambo. Cool. Okay. But if you own a fucking Lambo, or have owned a Lambo, or even rented a Lambo, it's like, oh, yeah, it's not so, it's cool. It's still just as cool, but it's not as exciting. It's not as physically stimulating anymore. You have to actually drive it. You know what I'm saying? You still with me?
no, yeah, it's just my garage. I'm moving some shit around in my garage real quick.
Bet. So
I can.
yeah. What ends up happening is, if the full package is a fucking mess, he's not turned on by it, but she's expecting him to feature fuck her because she has a vagina.
Right.
So then where the marketing goes for men is with, and then this too is designed to validate the woman, to let her know that all her methods, tactics, and products, her magical products, are working.
Right.
Is that if
Right.
he's not hard for you, he has an erectile dysfunction.
Oh, look, man, there's a lot of scams that are like that in that business. Like, you've seen it before in a lot of magazines where they do, and I actually know a guy that's been scammed by it and guilty of it. You've seen it before in the magazines. They have it in a lot of the bodybuilding magazines and shit, where they tell you that there's pills that they're selling that make your dick bigger.
Oh wow, yeah.
And there's so many people that will literally send in the $800 or the $700 that it is to get these pills. But you
Well,
know how it is. It's a scam, so they never see the pills. They never get it because they spent cash on it.
so dick size, just like breast size, just like ass size, has always been, and muscle size has always been throughout human history. So we'll only go back 5,000 years. Um, we can see by the statues the physical accentuations of the bodies, and then we go from the Romans and the Greeks to the natural to the exaggerated, and okay, we get it. And what's gone on culturally with this whole dick size thing, marketing for one, but two, with how pornography and how magazines and advertisements portray women and focus on the woman, and the only feature of the man that is shown is his penis.
Right.
Yes, so the camera will hardly even show a man's face in a
Right.
porno, but we'll focus on her vagina, we'll focus on her breasts, we'll focus on her face, her curves, her postures, all these things,
Yeah.
solely. So what does that leave the man to think? Well, why am I not able to fuck beautiful women? It must be my dick size, because they're looking at the fucking examples for sex of modern day Kama Sutra, Pornhub,
Right.
and that's the only quote unquote feedback that they're getting about a man. I need to be ultra ripped or ultra rich, and all these ultra ripped men are ultra rich because look at the backgrounds that they're in.
No, I hear you.
Yes.
No, and it's, you know how that business works though. They scam
Reflection of real
people.
life.
Well, they scam the shit out of people too with that business.
Absolutely. Everybody that's watching is being scammed.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you watch that shit, you're a voyeur, and you don't have to know it or not.
Yeah.
You're a straight. If you watch that shit, you're just as guilty as the people in the film crew that are gonna fuck her afterwards, because you're sitting there and you're being a voyeur.
Yeah.
So it doesn't generate any type of good emotion to watch that shit or to partake in it. All
No.
it does is it causes trouble on purpose. Another one of those. But again, the little kids don't know.
No. No, they don't.
That's the problem. The little kids don't know.
No. No, they don't. And are looking at it as an example for their sexuality.
Right.
Yep. And when that's presented to children as adults, here's another one for the record. Anytime an adult sexualizes a child, it is child abuse. It doesn't matter if it's with reading material, physical touch, or inappropriate conversations. If you sexualize a child, you are a sexual deviant predator on a formal scale.
Yeah, odds are you might end up in prison.
Yeah, that's it. That's why there's all the things going on for ID to and the question, are you 18? Are you of legal age? Because it is not the porno industry's responsibility to educate the youth on sex.
Right.
And it's not designed to bring any sort of fulfillment or satisfaction. However, here is a positive side that I do see with pornography and the vastness of it. For one, sex is sex, life is sex. We're all residual walking, talking organisms. So that said, is in showing in a world where society controls population through shaming or praising its society sexually. It's either no, we can't have sex because we got too many people or too many immigrants. We can't have sex because it means too many kids and people are sexual beings. So we're going to need to have these different outlets. And then you also have people that will never be able to know what it's like to have a woman that they're interested in them on a physical level. So for that could create, if there isn't an outlet such as masturbation, that could create tension on a biological scale that could create assault. And in this modern world that is not primitive and is not before record, where everybody was a bunch of raping cannibals, and a product of, there needs to be a certain sort of outlet because we're biologically sexual beings.
I hear you. I have heard before, though, from at least I've seen interviews about it. I think this was even in the program on an Ed video. I just don't remember who was running the Ed video episode. There's one where they're talking about pornography, and one of the guys on there being interviewed was addicted to it, and he said that it led to him trying to rape a girl.
Wow.
He tried to rape. Yeah, because he was so addicted to the porno and he wasn't used to getting laid. He was just addicted to porno. So since he was that addicted to porno, he actually went out. Eventually, it took a hold of his subconscious and he tried raping a gal.
See, and I don't think I would blame the pornography for the rape, but rather the social divide or his own lifestyle choices that had created a constant rejection sexually.
Everyone handles it differently, though. You got to remember, it's kind of like being at Cameron's. Not everybody's going to come out the same. So I guess some people just can't overall mentally handle what that is the same as most men do. The guy probably had a mental illness on top of being addicted to the pornography, but it doesn't really matter. It's just the idea that the pornography itself can create those type of reactions on the human brain. Somebody can literally become addicted by what they're watching, and they could want to have that happen for them so bad that they're literally wanting to go out and commit crime over it.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
don't care. It grabs a hold of them and it makes them that fucking crazy.
Well, I look
So
at that stuff as the same thing as the type of people that do the mass shootings. They've gotten to a level of frustration that is so heavy that they cannot communicate it. They cannot communicate what they want, nor can they get what they want by legal means. So, and since everybody else can, and it's a legal activity, and they're shunned from the party, they lash out because we're talking about dealing with matters of instinct,
yeah,
and yeah, matters of social that are not necessity, um, are powerful enough when it comes to influence. But when people's instincts are being fucked with, or their subconscious is being fucked with, that can create very animalistic behaviors out of some of the most what could be observed as harmless of people. All people
yeah,
are capable of going back
do it.
to fucking before history times inside of them.
Yeah, I would say just because somebody else can handle it doesn't mean that you can,
Well,
because you never
yeah,
know. You just never know. I mean, because there's just so many different types of fundamentals that everybody handles them differently like that. And I guess the reaction that they can get, because you got to remember too, some people don't have healthy brains that do this shit.
yeah, oh yeah.
And when you don't have a fucking healthy brain on top of it, and that's why it's making you do the decision it is to begin with. Yeah, I could see it that they could get so overwhelmed by what they're watching and liking what they're watching so much that they just literally it grabs a hold of their subconscious and they go try to do it.
Yep.
Kind of like how you wanted to be a Ninja Turtle.
Yeah.
The guy all of a sudden wants to be like the dude in the porno, so he wants to do it so bad. He's getting so influenced by it. Kind of like the people that go
Well,
with bands
this
that
gets
sound like
interesting.
tap.
This gets interesting because most modern men, and we can go back pretty much thousands of years, the whole instinctive drive for sexual relief necessity by a woman, be by means of assault, or she has surrendered, as it was in prehistoric times, it is curbed and is basically bred out of us. Like, you would have to turn the world into an apocalypse to raise the demographic of people who commit sexual assault and rape and so on. However, in nature, those beings are regarded as ill. There's a reason nobody wants to breed with them, and why they are so rejected. And usually nature just takes care of that bloodline, or those matters of disruption in biology, just doesn't want to keep you the fuck around psychologically through the people that you're wishing to procreate with, because ultimately that's where the instinct and drive for sex comes from. Planet Earth is saying, you humans need to fuck because I want you around. So we can't do that, and they're not taken care of in society, by being absolutely rejected. uh, Society pulls compassion on them, and then oh, they deserve to live too, and oh, they haven't done anything bad until they go prehistoric. They go prehistoric with modern weapons. They've lost their ability to communicate their frustrations and their hurt, or to obtain what they want by legal and diplomatic means. So they become belligerent. Yep. Hey, I can't hear you. You're just kind of blip blip.
fucking thing.
There you are.
It says, okay. It says my microphone's on.
Yeah, it's on. It's just going flip, flip.
Yeah, I'd say again, what you were just saying, you were pretty much talking about people going psycho over the activity.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
They do. And they do. And this isn't just, pertaining to sexual matters, but pertaining to people's jobs, people's basic social structure and peers to school peers, you know. They lose their ability to communicate or by legal means obtain what they want. And when we're dealing with matters of instinct, the drive is regarded as necessity to the human being who's experiencing it.
Yeah. Fortunately, it's a lot of people are just naturally going in the wrong direction right now because of the phones, but
Absolutely. The phones have ruined everything.
yeah, that's why I was saying it's
I have all this
these,
knowledge, but I'm alone.
yep, that's basically what it is. That's why I was saying it's going to come down to it where people are going to have to share phones like a house phone.
I agree. I think that's a great idea.
If they don't do it, they won't have a lasting relationship.
No. Here's
Yeah.
something for the people.
Yeah.
When you love the lie, you no longer know the person. If you catch somebody lying to you once, this is why I don't lie. Doesn't mean I'm always right. Sometimes my information is either outdated or was to the best of my knowledge, and there was more to the story that I had not been made aware of. But I always try to articulate the truth with clarity so other people can understand without question what it is that I mean when I say things.
Yeah.
Other people will intentionally distort your reality and perception of them to protect their reality that they don't want you to know. And you may live with them and think that they are the
Right.
most loving, caring, kind person, would never do you wrong, while they are talking to other people that you have never met about how awful and sick or pitiful and twisted or stupid or violent and nasty you are. And all for sex. All for sex.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you know
you know,
what? Yeah. At first, with people like that, it makes you kind of wish you could do something about it. But fuck, man, whenever you catch people doing some dishonest shit like that, again, it's all about time.
yeah,
They're going to get in trouble. I mean, it's usually a given and it's like clockwork. They will get themselves in trouble one way or another.
yeah,
They're going to screw over the wrong person, you know?
yeah,
Because if the wrong person was you to begin with,
yep,
and it's just, well, they're going to screw over someone that's even worse that'll do something crazier. Because, there's always somebody that's not only meaner and tougher, but there's always somebody that's stupid like that too.
yeah,
And they will prove the point. I mean, I think I told you about the guy that he punched me, he sucker punched me when we were in middle school. And on the internet, like about 15, maybe 20 years later, he started talking shit to me on the internet, right? And the guy was always jealous of me because it's middle school and I got my dick wet before he did. So he always hated me because of that, right? And after he mouthed off to me on the internet when we were adults, he went out to the bar drinking, right? And he's got a wife at home with 3 kids. So the last place that anybody should go if they're a dad and they have 3 kids with a nice looking wife, you probably don't need to be going to the bar, right?
Yeah.
Well, this fucking guy, and you got to remember, he sucker punched me in the back of the fucking head, this prick, right? And he had the nerve to talk shit to me about it when we were adults. After he gets literally done talking to me, he goes to the bar like that. And guess what happens at the bar to him, Damien? Just take a wild, fucked up guess what happened to this guy.
What's up?
He got himself killed from mouthing off at the fucking bar that night. And when he got killed, the guy that killed him stabbed him in the fucking head multiple times. So he died from multiple stab wounds in the head.
Jesus.
Oh, yeah, the fucking ambulance couldn't get there in time to save him. He bled to death.
Damn.
Oh, yeah, it's attitude, man. Remember how we say it with business, too. Attitude is everything. And when you have an attitude like that, there's always somebody meaner and tougher than you. And they will prove that point. And that's one of those points to be proven right there. You know, this fucking guy was mouthy like that, and he thought he was a tough guy, and that's what the fuck happened because of it.
Yeah, most people that are actually really good, they're not saying much. They're trying to defuse the situation, have been through it too much, know the legal risks, the physical consequences, all the stuff involved.
Oh, yeah. My point being made, though, is here this guy is, you know, as an adult with wife and children, and they're just little kids, too. They're like infants when he did this, right?
Yeah.
But he did it. He mouthed off to me, and then he went to the bar, and yep, he mouthed off to somebody, stabbed him, multiple stab wounds in the head. It's on the internet and everything with his obituary.
See,
He was stabbed.
Yeah.
Yeah, stabbed in the head 7 times, and I believe in the torso once. And so he bled to death before the ambulance got there.
You know, nothing bothers somebody more than a harsh truth.
Yeah.
And communication, again, when it goes to insults and sensations, you deliver a harsh enough insult to somebody, it has to be true. And they'll freaking lash out. They'll lash out with violence. They can. Normally lie insults just offend a person to anger, and they might raise their voice, but like genuine insults that are pertinent, relating to somebody's life behaviors and choices, those are the ones that really cause the most disruptive behavior from people who do truly bad things to people on a daily basis without even thinking twice about it, without even fucking thinking twice about it. That's just how they live.
Just freak you out.
Hey, you went fuzzy again. You're just too far away from your microphone.
Fucked up.
Only word I got was fucked up. There you go.
Yeah, attitude pretty much is the root of all that shit. Because it's what gets them killed.
Planet Earth is dangerous, man.
Oh, it is, dude. And you realize when you hit this age how dangerous it actually was the whole time, and you didn't notice.
Yeah.
Then when you notice, you think, "Oh fuck, how did I even make it this far?" But well, you did. So since we're here now, nothing to it but to do it. Pretty much now, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it that we're not going to know it. Like, we're not going to know everything. I don't think, because you're always going to be learning shit. It's just that, yeah, at this point, oh shit, it's like when these old timers tell you that no matter what happens, you have to wake up and put both feet on the ground and give it your best shot. I get what they're talking about.
At the age of 33, the way that I was able to describe how I was feeling with all of the new acceptance from the found awareness based on circumstances that I was going through, was that of a baby walking through a landmine field.
Yeah.
Yep. And then of a
I mean,
World War II trench at the Battle of the Bulge just getting fucking shelled.
that's why Cameron's is a cool story, because you don't know, when you're there, you don't know what he's actually having you do on that property. You just don't know. And if you have good intentions, he's helping you out like that. If you have bad intentions, you're in trouble.
Yep. And
And it literally says,
yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
No, just the whole scapegoat factor is I've been my mother's scapegoat for her father, and for a long time for her mother, for her sister, for anybody who's ever met me, um boyfriends, whoever. And she had reasons, and it's because I was going to tell the truth. um
Oh, I'm sure it's more than that. The manipulation that goes on,
Bro,
and what she's doing
it gets bad. Yeah, it gets so
with her
bad
own.
I can't even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it gets that bad. It gets that fucked up to where
When I
it's a
say it
story.
gets worse than this woman pulling a knife on me,
Yeah.
yeah, it does
Oh,
too.
yeah. It's just the only part that it gets a little bit irritating is that they wouldn't let you know for sure that you were right or not when you're a little kid.
Yeah, no,
Because
no, it goes against their whole everything.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, they can't believe that they're the ones that are wrong while they're doing it.
yeah, yeah.
That's how
No,
they live
yeah,
with it.
because women are
Yep.
loyal to their feelings and their desire, what they want, and anything that's in the way of what they want causes a bad
So
feeling, and they're not loyal to anybody but what they feel and desire. So I was in her way. She thought that she was going to get something because she had a baby.
right, when the perks weren't there, right, and she wasn't getting extra stuff from having the baby,
Then I was
that's
the
when
problem.
right, because it went against her business plan.
Bingo.
In fact, it went against her business plan. Um, you're not helping her, so she doesn't want you around.
Exactly. And since I know the truth of her business plan, and it's so ugly, and everything she did is so unforgivable by anybody with a conscience, uh,
You know too.
I
As
know
far
too
as she's
much.
concerned, you know too much.
I know
Yeah.
too much.
Yep.
Nope. That's it.
I know. It's
That's
a
all.
trip to figure out this. What's that?
No, I'm agreeing. Yeah.
Oh, it's a trip to figure out at this age, because you don't realize until you hit the right age what the fuck you were even dealing with.
Yeah, and that it's never going to change, and why they kept you around in any amount of kindness or any amount of okay, so a dangerous word is hope and faith. They are almost, and belief. They're all three almost as dangerous as the word love. And the word love is one of the most abused, manipulated words in the English language. It is the most misunderstood fuckery.
Yeah, it's business, man. You know it.
Fucking that whole statement, love is love, is that type of speaking is dialectic materialism. It's nonsense for a culture to pretend that they believe and understand nonsense. It's called dialectic materialism. Bourgeoisie bullshit.
If we wanted to make money off of all that kind of shit, you write those romance novels.
I don't want to make money off all that shit. I want to fucking fix the problem.
No, you don't, but you get what I'm talking about. You get what I mean. That's what they eat up out there.
Yeah, I know,
Because,
but
like you,
I hate it because it causes the problem.
oh, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree. I know it causes a problem.
I
At
know
the
how to
same
write
time,
the best romance novel, as good as fucking any romance novel that's ever been,
I'm sure.
for women.
Well, what the point is here, though? You know what the manipulation point is. You know, because they want that comfort zone that we were talking about, remember? And remember how I was telling you that, in my opinion, the best thing you can do if you want control with these people is to ruin their comfort zone, remember? So
Oh yeah,
you get in there, you find out what makes them comfortable, and you fuck it up for them.
Stretch it.
Oh yeah, and you fuck it up in such a way that you use the truth in there to manipulate their minds. So every time the thought comes across them doing something anywhere of it like that, they think of you.
Bam. Yep.
Because you fucking laid it on them.
Yep.
Oh
Because you
yeah.
told them the truth and gave them the neurological pathway that scarred with enough truth to remember for the rest of their lives.
Right. So you ruin it for them. Their delusion of their dishonest bullshit.
Exactly.
You ruin it for them. That's why I was saying you wreck their comfort zone. You fuck it up for them.
Yep.
Because it's bad. It's bad for them, anyways. So really, what you're doing is something positive all the way around. But anyways, go ahead.
So here's something to add to this. Freaking Modern Warfare Megatron had shaved my son's head when he asked for a haircut, and then shaved it even further when he asked for her to fix it, and he was very upset, and he showed me the haircut that he wanted, and you know, she shaved him bald, and it was a humiliation thing, and she deceived him to do it, and blah blah blah. And I warned him about stuff like this. I told him not to go back, but so on and so forth. So interestingly enough, I go to get my sides touched up since my last girlfriend and I had broken up, and you know, I've been single now for a few months, and finding my peace again with that. I had to find a new barber. She used to cut my hair. It was a peaceful breakup, you know, nothing toxic or crazy. And guess who's there? Modern Warfare Megatron is there at the fucking barber shop when I walk in, cutting someone's hair.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just like, oh, so
yeah.
I just got my hair cut by the person who's been cutting my hair since, you know, I've been single. And I didn't say anything. And she left and went to the back room, but I saw the look on her face when she recognized me.
Yeah.
And it looked like, I don't know, like guilt. It looked like fucking guilt. It looked like motherfucking guilt.
You caught her with her hand in the jar.
Yep.
You had her hand in the jar and you caught it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, yeah. So she got that reaction because you caught her doing something scandalous. She knows she's not supposed to be doing it, and you caught her. It's like she's taking cookies out of the jar. You caught her doing it.
Caught her abusing her children and called her out for it.
Oh, yeah. Yep, and they don't like that. They don't want you to be honest with them because you're the problem forever. You're supposed to be.
I didn't say anything. I hardly said anything to my own barber. I just let my hair get cut. Modern Warfare Megatron went off into the back room. I don't know if she went to go send a whole spree of text. You wouldn't believe who I saw.
Well, the best thing to do is to, you got to remember.
What did he say? Nothing. How's he look? Great.
Yeah, you got to remember, one of the best business tactics that we have is not caring about what other people think.
No, I don't. I don't care. I understand what people do, and I calculate my movements when it comes to interacting with people more than probably a chess player.
All they can do, man, honestly, is rumor spread. That's all it. Those bitches have going for them. That's it. And they constantly do it because they're constantly wound up in paranoia from the fear and hate thing that we talk about a lot, right?
Yeah. It's kind of like that stuff doesn't even bother me. That stuff, the rumor spreading part used to bother me. In fact, it bothered me a lot until I had a corrupted attorney tell me, do you want to interact with people within their social circle? No, I don't. Okay, then what does it matter what the fuck they say to them. And it was like, well, it matters because of what they say to my children. Okay, well, that's a separate matter. But ultimately, I don't care what those people think about me, and what, my ex-wife needs to make people think that, or what she thinks she needs to make people think that she's a, strong, independent woman and a survivor, and all the honors that come with being a survivor of a abusive relationship and husband. Yeah,
Remember the
all the
victim.
lies that she told.
Playing the victim. Remember playing the victim?
Playing the victim, exactly.
On the forehead thing. Yep.
Yup.
That's what they're doing. They're playing the victim.
That's it. That's all it is. It's a role. It's a role.
Acceptance.
Yeah, yeah. I call it victim valorization. Is when people put a badge of honor on fucking victimhood. And something that was beautiful about the program, it did not allow anybody to do that ever, ever. And if you were a female and you were doing that, you were identified instantly, called out for it, and well, publicly humiliated. You there?
Yeah, you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Fucking thing. All right. No, yeah, Cameron knew what he was doing, bro.
Really did. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was talking about, and he was fucking right. And he was fucking right. If there's anything anybody should be upset about when it comes to the program, is that, well, for one, it was shock therapy, but is that they were incapable of accepting the harsh reality that he was showing us about people, both men and women, both male and female, and
Oh, yeah.
how early it starts and how deep the corruption goes.
Yep. It's almost like you don't stop learning from it if you were there.
Oh, no, really. I mean, yeah.
Because it gets like the idea of it gets cooler when you get older. So
Yeah, well, it becomes a matter of validations with the experience. Is we're told, but we've experienced only in these isolated circumstances and environment. Then we go out into the real world, we have to re-experience all these things. And if we're in a state of denial of what we had learned as being valid information, then we're setting ourselves up for failure, just like we were told we would set
yeah,
ourselves up for failure if we reject this shit.
yeah.
Um, it's all there, and the proof is in the fucking pudding. The proof is in the pudding because the people outside of the program behave the exact goddamn same as the people inside of the program. They're just as corrupted. They're just as fucking twisted. They're just as in need of structure and guidance and truth. And truth is the only thing that can either keep them from doing the things, exposure, public truth is the only thing that can keep them from continuing the abusive behaviors that they put people through, to include their loved ones. And then you have people like you and I that were there because we were the ones that were victims of people that were just like them, that were just like the majority of the people at the program.
Oh, yeah.
So here's,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. That's all.
Yeah, the idea that you have to be again, the reap what you sow thing, you have to turn out to be a good human in order to figure these things out.
Yeah.
The kids that were pieces of shit are never going to be on board with this.
No,
No. Yeah.
they can't. They can't, because they're still playing the victim. So just like the program taught us, you play the victim, you'll become a victim. What you fear, you create. Start spreading rumors about being a victim. Someone's going to end up victimizing you.
Yeah.
That's going to be it too. And what I believe is going to happen is that a man can only tolerate so much. I tolerated 14 years.
Yeah.
The money has been the kink. My money, spending my money, and at my insult has been their fetish.
Yeah.
It's what keeps their relationship alive. It's what keeps the desire going. We are going to get this money from him, and we are going to spend it. My grandmother's property is at threat from both my mother and my ex-wife, and neither were offered any of it or entitled to any of it, and nobody who had put any effort into it had authority over it, has authority over it, has any wishes or desires of them having any involvement with it. However, they feel they should own it outright for themselves.
Everything belongs to them.
And that I should be basically banned from it. It's delusion.
Shit on purpose. Out of it. You do. They're trying to trick their minds to lie themselves to do that law of attraction bullshit. Because they think that by thinking about something with their imagination, it'll come to them.
It'll come to them. Yes. And if you say it long enough to enough people, it'll be real. If people believe it, if you believe it, then it's reality. And I believe a lot of this is naturally groomed into people starting with religion. Oh, you have to believe and it'll come true. Oh, it didn't come true. Oh, your faith must be wavering. You need to work on your faith. Pray for strength in your faith, and then God will answer you. Well, hey, you're fading out. You're too far away from the mic, I think, is what's going on.
You hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, you got to remember what they do at church. It's like the same thing that they do at Cameron's.
Absolutely.
Same fucking thing. That's why they get a lot of, generates a lot of mamas, boys, and a lot of pussies again.
Yeah, it's submission to another conscious being's ideas over your own subconscious and physical awareness from life experience. It's believing in another person. And when we say, or when anybody says, oh, I believe in God, they're believing in another person's description, another person's words.
Right.
Yeah, which ends up being another person's moral code. And who allowed that moral code? Whoever controls the what? The law. Well, this is the law of God, right? Yeah, exactly. It becomes delusion.
Well, because when people have, again, like something similar to like having a bad parent, you got to remember they're going to be misguided and not know the difference of right and wrong for a long time. So religion preys on that whole key factor there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, if a person is willing to go with what it takes to be accepted into a church, which is you agree that the Bible is 100% factual and true, and that Jesus Christ was the begotten Son of God who died for your sins, then you've already opened up to any amount of influence they're willing to dish at you.
You say it's another mind control business.
Mind control business. And
Oh yeah.
think about how foolish it is.
Oh yeah. No, look, they get people to stay scared and stuck with that church their whole life. Like I told you about my third grade teacher that I had. She's the principal of that church school now, and she's been there for 30 years. And I saw her not long ago, and I asked her, oh, you stayed here the whole time. Well, have you ever thought about leaving? And she says every day. Every day she wants to leave, right? It's because she is working with fear and hate and doesn't want to admit to it because it's fear that keeps her from admitting to it. You see?
Absolutely. Another big piece of it is for a lot of women, their persona of purity is and virtue is tied to their religion. It's not tied to their behavior. It's tied to their religion. So if they sacrifice their church, quote unquote, family, then they've sacrificed a piece of their morality. There must be something wrong with them ideologically, mentally, because they're no longer with the group that is moral, that is going to heaven. Why would you sacrifice all of this? There must be something immoral about you.
Oh yeah. Anything that can make you feel guilty about, feel any kind of shame, remorse like that. Any type of any lasting kind of anything they can tell you to make you feel like it's going to last, where you're going to stay scared. They want you to stay scared so you keep coming back. And they tell you enough stuff where it's kind of like going to a psychic reader. They tell you enough stuff to where they can barely make you believe it without having any true facts. You get what I'm saying? And since there's no true facts with what they're pitching you, it gives potential for repeat business.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And think about how big of like a ploy and play it is. And there's only certain type of people that can be susceptible to it. For one, that's the hopeful, and two, that's the imaginative. And exactly. And three, well, there's three, the desperate. Anything. Just anything, please. But then the filtering process, how radical can you be? Because if you're going to believe that a man walked on water, another man talked to a burning bush, and another man built an ark and fit 2 by 2 all the animals on the planet, and this God appeared to people in a cloud and all this shit, then you almost fucking deserve it.
Well, you got to figure they changed these stories a lot, and they changed the numbers and the rules with it a lot too, with the belief system.
Always to adapt to a new cultural direction for this society.
Right. It's like you say, you said 2 by 2 on Noah's Ark. Now they're trying to tell people it's 7 by 7. Now they're trying to tell people that there's 7 of each animal that were on the ark. So they're changing the fucking numbers for. Yes, go look it up, dude. It's on there. They are literally changing the numbers in religious stories like that for their beneficial gain because it's a business.
Oh yeah, it's nothing but a business.
Right. So they changed the stories a lot with the numbers. Now they're saying that there's 7 of each animal on the ark.
Wow.
Yeah, it's totally on there. And then a lot of people that know this story, like you and I, and a lot of people that even go to church all the time that know the story and try to preach the Bible at their meetings and shit, a lot of old timers and senior citizens that have been doing this for long enough still don't understand that that's actually going on, and they're manipulating the numbers on the story. And I've told old timers before, you know that they're saying now that it's 7 of each animal on the ark and not 2. And then they literally just have to sit there and say, oh, I didn't know that. What the fuck you mean you know that? You've been working with this church the entire time for over 30 years and you didn't fucking know that?
Well,
it's a business.
Yeah, it's a business. It's nothing but a business.
Yeah, audiobooks and shit. It's nothing but a fucking business with audiobooks. Same shit as the Hungry Horse. They're just trying to tell you that it's all Jesus stuff. Which some people, I guess, could use it because they're too fucked up to know the difference between their left and their right, you know. But when you have modern day intellect, I think we can all understand that you don't have to be forced to believe that somebody walked on water in order to feel like you're saved with your free will of thinking.
Right? Right? Exactly. And that's what it's a sacrifice of. It's a sacrifice of your own individual morality, which is, I believe, inherited in Mother Nature for the sake of our survival as a species. It's denying that in trade for a written morality that nobody can follow. That was the whole point of the Ten Commandments. Nobody can follow every single Ten Commandment, let alone all the time for their life, and it is a punishment by death.
Psychosis. Again, it's the same thing as the rule manual at Cameron's. It's psychosis. It generates its own form of psychosis with fear and hate.
Yeah, shit. The rules at Cameron's took the Ten Commandments to a whole nother level.
But there's always changing the fucking commandments there, remember? There's always a new rule, a new protocol. All the time. They're always changing it. It never stays straight. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I mean, and then interpretations. Oh well, some scholars interpret it this way, and I know it says this, but if it's in context of this because this other book says it like that, you motherfuckers, right. Yeah.
And psychological warfare. If they can dupe you, then they got you business-wise because they just want your donations. They don't care if you even show up and believe what they're saying. They don't care if you believe it or not. They just want your money.
They just want your money.
Oh, yeah. It's just to scare you. It's to scare you to make you think that you can pay and buy your way out of hell.
Yeah. In fact, religion is one of the most sinister and yet genius methods of business model, or not methods, but models of business, because here you are selling a product that does not exist while selling accessories for that product still that does not exist, with a promise that cannot be fulfilled and money that is paid that is not accountable to taxes.
They're doing the exact same thing Disneyland does. They're doing the exact same thing. They're taking you for a ride for your money, just like that, too.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's a fantasy. Yeah, Disney fantasy. Yeah, it's a fucking fantasy.
Same goddamn thing as going to church.
Exactly. And they can't offer it to you. And something I found at this one church. I used to go to church. I used to go to church for the sake of family. And
it's usually where it starts, man. You know, usually where it starts. If you have a family that's into it, even sometimes if they're not into it, you'll still hear about it somehow through family anyway. Because usually
I'd have discussions on the way home about it, about what was said, and and that was how I mitigated keeping my family from listening to this institution, this corporation. And keeping it real.
Again, the Hungry Horse. Again, it's the same shit as the Hungry Horse. Their audiobooks are just about Jesus instead. It's the same fucking deal.
Same thing. It's the same thing.
Yeah, Cat 2 Silence and all that shit. It's the same thing.
Same thing.
Literally, they're scared the same way. The same exact way.
Oh yeah. I've seen a preacher go so bipolar that he is saying, praise Jesus, taking all our sins, and then he's screaming at the audience for not having Jesus to take all their sins, not having enough faith. Well, where then is the measure of faith?
Look, you got to remember that there could be a completely bipolar prick on stage that doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and all because somebody likes him. He's the pastor of that church.
Shit, or family because they liked his father because his father was a good preacher, all that stuff. Went to seminary school and found a place in a church that was dying. That happens all the time too. Now the church is opened back up and freaking, you know, they're going at it.
Oh yeah, you know how the business is, dude. You've seen plenty of it. It gets to a point where when you have a savvy brain in your head at this age, you definitely can tell the difference.
It's like Santa Claus, man. It's the same thing as Santa Claus, selling Christmas. It's on another open market for a money-making time. That's it. It's we're preparing for Christmas. It's the adult version of Santa Claus. God is the adult version of Santa Claus.
Yeah, I thought we talked about that before.
Probably.
Oh yeah, remember? Because I was talking to you about the Easter Bunny because it's supposed to be Jesus back from the dead,
Oh,
and
that's
because of
great.
that, yeah, I remember. And then we talked about Santa Claus. The reason why Santa Claus is the Lord is because all he has to do is visit you one night out of the entire year, and he brings you stuff like that.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah, we talked about that shit. The Easter Bunny and Santa Claus.
Yeah, it gets deep too into like anatomy and claustrum and Christos and chrism and all this, the oils and rituals and anatomic charts described inside of the fucking
You get
Bible
real
with these
pissed.
religions. It gets deep. It's brilliant.
This world can function on just water. You know that shit? It doesn't even need oil like they're trying to do.
No.
You know, when we find out that this fucking world can function off of just water like that alone, that's when we know that this whole political party thing and all the stuff that they do out there and the way that they lie, it's bullshit. There's uh this could be an equal opportunity type of world if they just wanted it to be.
Yeah. Yeah, we live on a planet made of mostly water and salts.
That's
That's
why I'm saying
everything
the
that we need.
literally it can function off of water, dude. Cars can run off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Power can run off of it. Power generators run off of it. There's no reason why this world can't solely just run off of water alone on its own.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
and then as soon as
absolutely. I mean, nuclear generator is steam.
look, it's the type of world this is. As soon as you figure out a way to beat the system and not pay your bills because you found out how to make your car and your house function on just water
You
alone,
either become a
you
part
keep
of this system or they kill you.
you keep your fucking mouth shut so you can just do it and not say anything.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, don't try to be a millionaire like that outside of the system.
No, they'll catch you and they'll take it from you. They'll
Yeah,
kill your ass
they'll kill your ass
big time.
big time.
It's just like I told one of these Bible study guys because they were talking about the coming back of Jesus, the second coming. I told him, you realize what they would do if they caught a motherfucker out there doing that, healing the blind and feeding people like that? You know what the government would do if they caught a guy doing that? And they go like, well, they'd probably have him healed. I go, no, they would get rid of his ass real quick. They'd put a stop to that shit immediately.
Yeah, they would probably take him in for questioning, and they'd probably
Well,
keep him locked up in a fucking cell and see what the hell he could do.
they would keep him, they would stop it from happening because that's the type of way this world functions. They would literally stop it from happening if they found a guy like that healing people.
Yeah, the world
If
hates the
they,
great as much as it hates the deplorable.
oh yeah, and they lie like hell, they manipulate like hell, the same, but it's vice versa. It's
That's it.
bullshit.
That's it. They will praise the wicked and change the narrative of the wicked into that of a god, and they will take the good and they will bastardize and damn them so nobody can ever hear their words.
Yep, they will literally try to make it impossible for you to get the truth.
Yep. And who is the
Oh
they?
yeah,
How about governments, corporations, and modern, everyday, regular old people inside of society?
yeah, it's people that actually think they have the upper hand
Yep.
because when they believe that they've got the upper hand for so long, they really start to think they have it.
Yep.
So it becomes true to them. So since it becomes true to them, they literally behave that way. And they start thinking that they own the world and own everything that goes on in it.
That's
No.
it. Our perception and psychology, our state of being and sensations are our realities, and they can be warped outside of reality, making one delusional, and delusional is the root of crazy.
Right. So they can literally drive you psycho and crazy.
Yes.
And you can actually believe you're a psychotic person, and you will be, even though you don't have to be because you truly don't have a fucking mental problem. They will give you one.
They will give you one. They will give you one.
To make you psycho on purpose, like him.
Yep. Another beautiful piece from Dr. John B. Judd, late Dr. John B. Judd, late and great, is Oh shit. Damn it. Now I forgot it. It was on this same thing. We were talking about perceptions and altering of perceptions. Oh yeah. Most clinical psychological disorders are induced. They are not biological. They are not biological traits. You are not born with them, but they can alter your biological chemistry, i.e., disrupting moods and behavioral patterns. Um, most clinical. I'm going to repeat that. Most clinical psychologically diagnosable disorders are induced by people in society. They are not born inherited genetic disorders. Most
Yeah.
matters of psychosis, borderline personality disorder, uh, and they're curable. And they're actually curable
Yeah.
because the
Because
disorder is the behavior.
you have to be able to know and understand themselves that it's habitual thinking patterns that are actually driving them crazy.
That's it.
They just don't. Yeah.
Other people's thoughts and other words by intention to cause harm, and they're soaked in as reality.
Right.
Yep.
Again, we talk about that gaslighting shit.
Yeah. That's it. That's it. That's all. It's gaslighting. People do it all the time. I had my entire world gaslit so hard that it was creating full-blown manic episodes where I'm having quote unquote visions, but I'm not charting them down as phenomena. I'm charting it down as stress, and I'm trying to process what's going on while being gaslit. I'm trying to accept the reality that is opposite of the narrative that I had been given and accepting as reality. And it was driving me mad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It's when you know that their plan and their scheme worked on you.
it did. It did. I
But
was
when you
having visions.
do it and what they're doing, it's not really you, even though you end up catching yourself, realizing that you're doing it to yourself without knowing it because that's what they wanted you to do. They
Exactly.
wanted you they wanted you to have the habitual thinking patterns that literally bring up their mathematical patterns that they were running on you to where you keep them, even if the person's not there, right? Because they want to control your mind forever, even if they're not there at some point.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No, yeah. And it will work. They will keep controlling your mind, even though they're not doing it. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's how thick and how serious that shit is.
Yes.
And oh yeah, it's just too bad that they don't teach kids about that shit so they can be fully aware about having either bad step parents or bad parenting or whatever.
Absolutely. Or just dealing with neglect. Because some kids, when they're young, they like neglect because it means the house is a little more loose, there isn't as many rules, they can break the law, they're allowed to drink, smoke cigarettes, do drugs, get in trouble, and they don't get any consequences in the home. There's no structure. So when a kid is young, especially in their teens, they think it's fucking great. But then when they're an adult, it's either they're too far gone, fucking junked, life is worthless, hate life, in and out of prison, everything's going wrong, white trash maxed, or they learn to reject that lifestyle and went a completely different route and refined self-discipline and had to become their own mediators of moral because they didn't have anybody else to be an example of self-discipline, structure, morality, success, drive used in a healthy manner, or anger turned into a healthy motivator, stuff like that. And then, the demand of perfection from one side, where it's gotten so bad that if a man says, well, I wasn't perfect or I made some mistakes, they automatically think he had committed some crime level of deviance, where it could have been, I didn't pay enough attention. I felt I was neglectful during periods of this relationship. I didn't ask enough questions. Maybe if I didn't say this, or maybe if I didn't glance at that chick's butt that walked by, my marriage wouldn't be shit. What can I do to mitigate this, right?
The best thing to do is to literally, because we know that it's just possible to do it, especially with the sound of your own voice. First off, you have to notice what you're doing to your own mind and how to trick it to think differently. Because as long as you can trick it to differently, which you do have the ability to do, you're able to have emotional control and shut the emotion off that the bitch is trying to create.
Yep. Find the different voice between that of your conscious and that of your subconscious, and it's not audible. It's not like you're hearing voices. It's the way that your brain organizes your thoughts in your head. So it comes to you in words, and if you are having an inner dialogue with yourself that is in disagreement or conflict, not meaning, oh, this is good, that's bad, oh, do this, no, don't do this, but I'm talking about, okay, I'll just use my own for an example. I want to leave my marriage. You should leave your marriage. I don't want to abandon my family. I feel that I owe my wife this to this time period to figure it out, and if I don't give her this time period, I've done something wrong. No, you have done nothing wrong. If you want what's best for you and I want what's best for you, you need to leave now. I'm not going to leave now. I'm going to go through this. I understand, though, that I do not have to stay and I am not morally obligated to stay, but I'm going to do this anyway. Okay, that's on you. And I was having that kind of internal dialogue, and that was like the quote unquote voice of God in my head, that was merely my own thought process.
Oh yeah, look, I can relate. I went just to be a dick after my stepmother did what she did to my dad and tried to fuck me over that way. What I did was I decided to hit her where it hurts even more. I went to her grandson that is now married and has 2 children with his wife, and I told his wife on the internet why she should get a fucking divorce and why she should get as far away from these people as possible. All because of the same shit that you just said. It is because no matter what, with that whole thing that I did, I literally directed somebody in a matter of life and death. I literally made them aware that they're in the middle of something that disgusting.
Yep.
You get it? So I don't feel guilty about it at all. If anything, if they, like you just said, if the fucking bitch doesn't listen to me, and if she doesn't get the fuck away from that family, she could very easily die, and her kids could die and be ruined too, because she's not married into that family, and that's what that bitch does to people that aren't married, or that are, she's not blood biologically related to the family, and because of that, the woman will ruin her.
6 years ago, when they took away my children from me for cussing out my ex-wife, I had told people, sounding like a crazy person, you are putting my children's lives and futures at risk. 6 years later, my son attempts suicide, has a arrest record. I don't know if it's officially criminal, especially since he's a minor, but he has an assault minor record and potentially a child on the way. And I have all the tools for his success and have all the time in the world and attention and care, support to give him, and all the knowledge that a growing boy needs to become a successful man. And they won't do anything about it. They just let the lie continue.
Stay true to your belief system. Stay true to your belief system. It'll work. It'll work out. It's just important that you yourself stay true to your belief system and not let anyone manipulate your train of thought. it's just very easy that it can happen being in your situation. People will dupe you on purpose and fuck you out of what your train of thought in order to keep your method of operation going.
Yeah.
Again, business again, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, you have to really, really be an entrepreneur about it. You got to be, even though it doesn't seem like it's a business related subject, you just have to tell yourself that it is.
Yeah.
And that when you go to do it, when you go to handle these things, you have to almost treat it as though you have this run at home business. You get what I'm saying? Because you have an office at home, right?
Yeah.
So it's the idea that you always, with your subconscious, you always have a business going because you have an office at home. And you don't have to have paperwork or certifications or anything to qualify for you to just be running this business out of your office at home. And when you realize that, that's when you just become a real full-on fledged entrepreneur, because you can just tell yourself over and over again that that's what you are, and it will become true because it is true because you have an office at home.
Yeah.
And it's just the idea that every decision made, it's a business decision at that point because you have a run-at-home business that you're doing that. You know, a lot of people don't treat personal business like it's entrepreneurial business mindset. And with the tapes and with everything that you and I both know about, it's important to apply the tapes even to bullshit that's like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because most conversations and the way they go, they just don't tie it in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They just don't think to tie it in. But when you realize that it does tie in, and then, you know, you get past that, like you said, that part of the habitual thinking pattern where you might be concerned about what other people are thinking of what you're doing, right? That part goes out the window, you know?
Yeah.
Because your full-on fledged manhood is here. You don't give a shit.
Because you trust yourself. Because you trust yourself over anybody else's thing. And that includes if somebody's offering good advice, you're taking the good advice as good advice. Or if you don't think it's good advice, it still could be good advice, but you're not going to take it because you trust yourself. It doesn't mean everything's going to work out right or it's going to be right, but it means you're going to have your amnesty. Have your own personal psychological independence from the fuckery of others that really don't give a shit about you to begin with,
right.
To include your mothers.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's interesting how you even apply and take the good from the bad decisions that the bad people made.
That's it.
A lot of people don't do that shit though, dude. A lot of people don't learn from the hard way. They keep going and doing fucked up shit. They go to prison. They fuck their lives up, and they don't listen.
That's what was set up for my life. And it was going to be a benefit to my mother because she would be able to then say, see, I tried to tell everybody he was the problem. There was nothing I could do. It's why everything looked the way it did. It's because it was all him.
Right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, it's something, and it's just like you say, you end up reaching this certain age, and then you just know the difference for sure. It's almost as though it's required of you to make it that long in order to where you can even tell. Because they make it to where you can't tell on purpose. So it's kind of like in case you do die with what they're hoping actually works out and you die and they make it look like an accident. Like you say, they have a list of excuses.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because they were counting on it. They were trying to kill you, but they didn't get away with it. And since they didn't get away with it, you became an adult and you know what they did.
It would be my greatest expectation that my ex was truly expecting my mortality to be over by now with all of the stress in knowing what she was attacking and taking from me and how much that meant to me.
Oh, yeah. Trying to do it on purpose, being a real fucking disgusting succubus.
Well, her father's dead from suicide. Her son almost committed suicide. Here I managed to make my escape and I'm alive, healthy, sober, happy, and at peace with myself, not codependent on anybody else either.
Yeah, what does it tell you? You reap what you sow.
what happens in an abusive relationship, ladies and gentlemen, is that the abuser, their habits get worse.
Oh
But
yeah, they don't give a shit about you. They're gonna keep on fucking people over, and they're gonna get worse at it. And
yep,
what the fun part about it is usually with people like that, when you look back on them later, if you decide to take a peek, they always get worse and they always get more stupid too.
that's it. They get worse.
They
They
do.
get more stupid. Just like my mom. Just like my mom. You know, she gets called out, and there's evidence of what was stated, and then she makes a radical statement, like she's still living in a time where you can't pull up the data and screenshot it instantly.
Right.
Like we're still living in the 90s.
She'll start talking that way again too.
Well, I mean, she just bold-faced, straight-faced fucking lied to her mother, stating that her son had threatened or is threatening or not threatening. She didn't use the word threatening. Is planning to
Plotting.
plotting is plotting and admitting to, or not admitting, but saying to others, to her other son, my brother, that I'm plotting to go up to Alaska to kill her, which
Look,
couldn't be any more fantastical than Lord of the Rings. Nothing of
yeah.
anything that could even be misconstrued for anything of the sort was stated at all whatsoever.
Look, man, this is just proof with your integrity and everything.
What was that? Hey, you're too far away from your mic.
It's just more proof when it comes to your integrity and everything. Can you hear me?
Yep.
It's more proof with your integrity that she's crazy and that you're not, and you were able to figure it out.
That's it. That's all.
No shit. It's just a real trip until you actually figure it out. And then when you do figure it out, it's like even though it's crazy, part of you is literally should celebrate that you figured it out.
Oh yeah, I'm happy about it. And I knew shit, man. She was so abusive. One of her boyfriends, when she wasn't around, he called her a psycho bitch, and I was allowed to call her a psycho bitch. Like at 10, 11, I was allowed to, when my mom wasn't around, like, yeah, it's fucking psycho bitch, because she was constantly doing psycho bitch shit.
Yeah.
I was constantly on eggshells for anything.
Yeah.
I would get attacked in my sleep physically.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And again, it's a trip when you actually reach this age and you actually realize that you were right the whole time.
The whole time.
Right? Oh, yeah. And it's the idea that, fuck, dude, she literally was playing games to where I wouldn't be able to figure it out until 40. And she was counting that I wouldn't even make it to
That
40
I would
to
never
figure
make
it out.
it. Never make it to figure it out, and have everybody so smeared since early childhood that if I ever did figure it out, they'd never believe me.
Right. Yes.
Yep.
She's literally trying to trap you in your own private hell to where you can scream, but no one can hear.
But no one can hear. And it was all created by her.
Yes, and it was all with that intention and done on purpose for that exact very reason.
Absolutely. And in hopes of benefit to include financial by cutting out her child with anybody who cares about him.
Anything that would put her, again, remember we were talking about how people want an easy way out, right? Anything that might have benefited, right? And when she finds out that it doesn't benefit her the way that it wanted her to, that's when she takes these other risks with trying to get rid of you. And she does it with the psychology in such a way that you can't prove it until it's too late.
No.
That's the scam. That's the scam, that you can't prove what she did till it's too late, and it won't matter.
And it won't matter.
But it does matter, because when we sit down and we talk about this, it's important that you have it cleared up that it wasn't you, because part of you will just think it's you anyways for a long time if you don't find someone that can relate and tell you that it's not you.
I was on the fence for a while. I was on the fence until it was absolute. And I just needed a few pieces of basically slivers of pertinent information to 100% accept that not only was it all true, but I'm not the only one who noticed it. I'm not
Oh
the only
yeah.
one who, yeah,
Oh yeah,
exactly.
and then you find out when you get older like this that, oh shit, other people can actually relate to what I was dealing with.
Yeah,
Because it's like they trap you to make you think that you're such a problem that no other kid is doing this shit, you know? They make you think that you're the only one dealing with it because of it. But no, then you find out that, oh shit, these other guys dealt with the same fucking thing. And no, we were right about it. No shit.
yeah,
And it literally takes us talking to each other because part of you knows that you're right, but when you hear it from other people with the same story like that mentally, the same mathematics involved with the intentions and all that shit, oh wow, when you realize that it's common and it actually happens with other people that way, fuck dude, then you can turn into an actual full man and you don't have to worry about what happened anymore.
I don't worry about shit.
Oh, it doesn't seem like it, but you never know because of the subconscious. You don't know what suppressed memories might actually be there because you
No,
can't tell.
I mean, the big thing that you know, when you expose a narcissist, that is one of the biggest panic modes they will hit. You will get the most psychopathic behavior out of that
Oh yeah,
person that you've ever seen. So make sure
oh yeah.
you're from a safe distance. You're at a safe distance if you choose to expose them.
Oh, don't you dare call them on their stuff.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
don't you dare call them out on their stuff and admit it, and don't you dare promote the truth to where other people can see it and know what's going on.
yeah.
Oh, if you do that, you're the biggest piece of shit that there ever
Biggest
was.
piece of shit there ever was.
Oh
Exactly.
yeah, and they'll say whatever they can say
Whatever.
to get you to believe it. But it's
Yep.
like, well, sorry, mom. You know what? It works better when you're either held against your will in the forest or when you're under 18 and you can convince me of it.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. The policy changed and the policy is over with. Okay, statute of limitations are over.
yeah. Exactly.
No shit. Like you say, it's one of the greatest reliefs that you can have because you end up realizing your entire life that that's what it actually was. And yeah, you can celebrate when you figure it out because it's that rewarding and that much of a relief. You find out that after all these years, you really weren't a piece of shit like they were making you think. Isn't that
Exactly.
something? And you can't believe it. You just can't be like, you mean I was a good person and I wasn't a piece of shit? Yeah, I hate to break it to you, Damien. You know, you didn't do anything bad or do anything wrong. Just look and analyze the whole story from an
Yep.
adulthood.
Yep.
Look, you didn't do anything wrong over here. You didn't do anything wrong over here either. Then when you look at the whole fucking story, you didn't do anything wrong at all. It was them, not you.
It was
And
them.
they know that it sounds crazy for you to admit to that, and it's unbelievable.
Yep.
That's another fucking umph that they have. But when you realize it, know that it is very 100% the truth. Look, man, you're a new man because of it, because you realized you weren't wrong.
Wasn't wrong. Wasn't wrong and wasn't
No,
bad.
no, no. And then you're like, fuck, dude, you mean I was a good kid? Yeah, you were actually a good kid and you didn't even notice.
Yep.
Just think, oh, fuck.
Yep.
Well, I guess all I can do is carry on with my manhood and just be a decent man.
Yep.
You
With
know?
with all this motherfucking knowledge.
Oh yeah, because they were counting on you not making it. They were counting on you to not make it.
That's it too.
But it's
And it
the
would have been to
idea.
their benefit. It would have been to
Oh
their
yeah,
benefit.
that's the thing. You shut that tape off with the stereo, right? Like the Hungry Horse. You shut the tape off because you're the white Musashi rabbit shutting the story audiobook off, and you're dancing on the other side of the stereo with your middle fingers up, going, "Ha ha! I made it. Fuck you."
Yeah. Here it is. My
Like,
grandmother is still alive. She wants to give me her home because I helped build the park with her. I supported her legacy. I have been there for her. She's been there for me, blah, 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 blah. And whatever other reasons she may have, she wants to give the park to me. It doesn't mean nobody in the family is getting any inheritance from her or anything. It just means that's what her wishes are. So she's working on something to legally better protect me in the park already, and there's already legal implementations to protect me, not only from my ex-wife, who's literally going after it, and from my mother, who's literally trying to keep me from it. This is not just a matter of don't want to see your son succeed or be better off than you were. This is a matter of you are willing to make this person homeless.
Yes, a matter of life and death, just like we were
Yes.
talking about with my dad's story, and how she literally squashed him financially like that and threw him out on the street without him realizing it, because he thought that his wife wouldn't do that.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we go back to the pattern. Okay, my ex not my ex, my ex-mother, yeah. Um says that she had threatened to kill me, or that I had threatened to kill her, when it was actually me that she had threatened to kill with a knife in
Right.
hand, over 20 some odd years ago. Um, that situation, here she is saying that I did what she did,
Yeah. Yes. And she knows better.
and she knows better, and she knows better.
Yeah.
And
This is when. Yeah.
here she was unwilling to fulfill the wishes of the courts and go to therapy so that she could raise her child, right? This instinctive mother's love that mothers have. Oh, mothers understand, baby. Oh, jeez. Fucking get the fuck out of here. She refuses that and tells me the thing, oh, foster homes are your grandmother. I go to grandmother's, I'm already too big of a mess, and grandma doesn't, she's supposed to be grandma. She's not supposed to be my dad or my mother. She's supposed to be grandma, so she's behaving like grandma, and I don't have any guidance, and I'm just fucking up my education. I don't know how to study. I don't know how to do homework. I don't know what assistance with this is. I don't understand the importance of academics. So I got all this freedom. That's when I started smoking cigarettes, a little bit of pot, drinking some beer, getting into some fights in school, go to Spring Creek right away. Bam! And
Good. That's good, man. That means that subconsciously you did the right thing with smoking the cigarettes and drinking the beer and all that shit. And so you wound up at Cameron's, and that's where we were able to learn the difference on mind control.
well, actually, I ended up at another program first, which was all right. Yeah, which is all right. And then I ended up at Cameron's. I got good grades there, but when it came to rules and stuff, man, I still smoked cigarettes. I didn't smoke weed there, but I smoked a couple of cigarettes. I got caught with a pack and got in trouble, and yeah, dude. And then I got sent to Spring Creek. I was becoming not a bad kid, but definitely a product of neglect, abuse, and no guidance.
That's most kids for the time, though.
Absolutely.
That's it. That's most of the kids from the time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you just got lucky that by chance you landed yourself at Cameron's, dude. You just, that part of you can embrace the idea that time and good luck and good fortune was on your side from being there.
But what I'm getting at is she was willing to make me homeless as a child.
Oh,
Here
yeah.
she is again, willing to make me homeless as an adult.
Yes. Yes, she will always want to see you homeless. If she can't kill you, she'll always want to see you broke and starving and helpless. Yeah. She literally wants you fucked over and helpless to that degree. And it'll never change.
Yep.
It'll never change. And it's not your fault or your doing. It is actually not even your fucking problem that she won't ever change that.
Oh, yeah.
She will try to make it your problem, right? As an adult grown man. But no, it is not your fucking problem that she likes to think the way she does. And she likes to make the outrageous decisions that she enjoys making with no critical thinking skills involved.
What was going on is I had become a scapegoat child before I even knew the word scapegoat child. And
on purpose, too. Again, She's doing that. You don't know what to call it. She knows you're feeling it, but you don't know what to call it yet because you're too young.
Yep, that's called
But
abuse.
oh, it is abuse, big time. She
Big
knows that
time.
she's gaslighting you, and you don't know what to call it.
Yep. Yep.
Literally gaslighting. She knows it's called gaslighting. She knows what she's doing to you as a kid, and that you can't put your finger on how to describe it, but that's literally what she is doing. And since you can't describe it, she can make you look bad if you try to call her out on it.
Absolutely. And the
So
reason
yeah,
it happened and the reason it started
right.
was because I was an honest child.
Yeah, it's a dishonest woman, so that's what you're gonna get. Yeah.
Yep.
Not your fault. It's not your fault. It's her that's fucked up, and it's the reflections on her.
Yep. Oh wow. I remember the first time she got physically violent with me was before that time that I told you about with the stove. The first time I can remember she got physically violent with me, uh, she had like a thing of lipstick in the car. And as
Yeah.
an adult, I realized what I think had happened is it probably melted or something, but I don't know. But I'm in the car and we're with her, and she's like, "Did you mess with my lipstick?" And I told her no,
Yeah.
and I didn't. And she smacked me, and she told me, "Don't
Oh,
lie to me. Tell me the truth." Bro, we were probably in that car for a half an hour before I finally lied and said, "Okay, I did it." And then she's like, "Go to your room." So I went to my room, and that was I was in kindergarten.
okay. It's only because she is taking out her major psychosis problem, what the way that she's feeling in the moment. It had nothing to do with her lipstick. It had nothing to do with you messing with it or anything. It was just an excuse to take out anger and frustration on you.
Bro, I didn't even touch it.
I know. That's what I'm saying. She didn't care if you touched it or not. She literally did that because she didn't give a shit if you touched it or not. It was just for an excuse to beat the shit out of you.
Yep. And it
That's all.
created a neurological fucking scarred pathway in my brain that I still remember that moment over other moments in my childhood.
Well, turn it into something good instead.
Well,
Turn it into
yeah.
something. Yeah, I think you're doing that. I think you're doing that. So that's the benefit of having a mind like yours.
We're
And
doing
what
that right
sucks,
now, man. We're exposing this stuff so other people that have gone through it are going to be able to identify it if they stumble across this audio.
hopefully little kids hear it.
Yeah.
Hopefully little kids hear it, and they figure out that, well, you know what? As much as I love my mom, if she's playing games like this, it's something to watch out for.
Yep.
She'll fuck me over later. She'll fuck me over when I'm 40 just to do it.
Yep. Fuck me over.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yep.
You always try to manipulate that way. Nothing but a bunch of fucking attention whores.
So one of my grandmother's biggest fears has been to be put in a nursing home when she gets old. So what my mother and her sister have done, and my part of why my grandmother had let me know all the stuff, as a warning and let me know, hey, here's what I'm up against. And she said, I want you to know they're doing it to me too, because that property is her creation, what she did to it and with it, and her wishes. And they have tried to force her to sell her property, take the money, and put her in a nursing home.
Oh yeah. That's very common, dude. Yeah, I can relate. I know all about it. I know all about it.
It's evil.
Oh yeah, absolutely, it is.
So they
You know
want to
what?
force her out of her home, put her into a place she doesn't want to go, make me homeless, make me fucking homeless, and get the money for her property.
Yes.
That is literally my aunt and my mother.
Do that if you get thrown off guard. They will fuck you over like that.
Absolutely.
They will get the chance, and there's the window of opportunity. They will make you homeless. They will steal everything.
Yes.
They will clean you out, and they will put you on the street if they can do it.
And my mother had received a large enough inheritance from her father that if she wanted and felt that that property was worth more than her inheritance, she'll save that inheritance for a fucking lawyer and come after it that way.
Oh yeah, anything to make the situation worse.
That's it. That's all.
Anything to make it worse.
What's kind of funny about it is like, well, Mom, then you'll have to fight my ex-wife over it too, because she wants it, and as my daughter thinking that it's going to be her property, I'm going to be banned from my childhood home, and these people that have abused me my whole life are going to live in it and own it and benefit from it, and against the owner's wishes.
Remember when I was
Delusion.
saying be discreet? The best thing to do is to be discreet, right?
Yeah.
This is a perfect example of my dad's second wife again, right? She is Mexican. So, because she's Mexican, and she has these 3 daughters, well, of course, all the 3 daughters have kids that are adults, right? Well into adulthood. So, what's happening is the grandkids of hers, they're having kids now too, right? So this Mexican lady is turning into a great grandma, and the herd of people that she has in this family of hers now, because it's grown so much over the last 20 years, she has so many people there that are after the inheritance with her and all that shit that by the time she actually dies, there won't be enough good to go around because there's too many Mexicans.
Yeah.
So in the end, the Joker card is left on her. The joke's on her, dude.
Yep.
I mean, I'm gonna be the one laughing last at her because she thought that she's gonna be prosperous from doing all this shit. But in the end, no, there won't be enough good to go around. You Mexicans can't put a fucking lid on it. You keep breeding and think it's great. And it's really stupid because you have too many of them now. There's literally too many of them. There's so fucking many of them now that I would imagine she's getting confused on their names because there's just too many. You get my point, right?
Yeah.
When you stay discreet and you use time to work the time against them, and you go and you build up your mind and you make yourself smarter, and you go and you check up on them later and see what they did, you see their results of how bad they fucked up, and you came out ahead on it.
Yeah.
Because you got smarter than them over time. And then you went and checked on them. And you know that you're smarter than them at this age now. So when you check on them, not only do you know what they were saying is bullshit, but their bullshit literally didn't work out for them that they were trying to do.
Yeah.
And it's literally at this age where you can tell when it starts to happen on them too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good part about it is, dude, is that you were at Cameron's and that you made it through all this bullshit at this age now to where you can tell the fucking difference. It's torture when you just guess for too long.
Yeah.
Because part of you just will. It's natural. It's normal. You guess for too long if you're right or not. But you were.
That's
right. The good news.
I was right.
Time to celebrate because it's worth celebrating over, knowing that you were right the whole fucking time and they were wrong.
Yep, and they got caught because they weren't that smart, because I was smarter than them and was able to stop their fucking potential destruction from being able to go to its maximum level, which is my demise. Because it makes them feel good, feel powerful, feel in charge.
They were bringing you up on these habitual thinking patterns that they wanted to have stick with you, but you noticed it and you snapped out of it and you changed it.
That's it.
Because you outsmarted them and you changed it. You changed directions. They were putting you in a path of self-destruction on purpose, but you noticed what it was and you changed it.
Yep. That's it.
Fucking crazy, huh?
Yeah, it is. It's crazy to be able to break the patterns of your grooming and to also not adopt the culture of your fundamental upbringing.
Yeah.
Yep. especially into adulthood, and then to pass that on to one's children, which I did my best to avoid.
And you also got to consider that there's a lot of guys like you and I that don't make it out of these kinds of situations like this. They die.
They die.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
And then veterans too. The statistics of veteran suicide, I don't know how accurate it actually is. There was something they were saying like every 22 minutes, I believe, a veteran commits suicide. I don't know if that's still pertinent or if that had existed for a month or a week or years. I have no clue. I didn't even know there was that many, of us veterans to but there is also a statistic showing the percentage of the veterans that are committing suicide is majority, high majority, um, are specifically dealing with matters of custody and divorce. And it's always the same narrative. The veteran was violent. The veteran suffers from PTSD. The veteran's crazy. Dangerous. He's dangerous at home, and he's too dangerous to be around his children. So we're talking about a human being that is capable of not shooting people in a war zone when he is not supposed to shoot people while he is being shot at. He is only supposed to acquire a combative target and only supposed to shoot when engaged, and that is the only thing that he can do to preserve his life or that of his unit for the success of his mission. And he has that kind of discipline. So the imagination from Hollywood bullshit and movies trying to grasp a picture of war so the civilians can relate has romanticized the veterans conflicts that they go through internally when navigating society so much that it has physically affected his ability to maintain his home, his family, and then again after divorce, his entire life and existence. And there are federal rules, there are laws in place designed to keep this sort of stuff from happening because it's to be expected. Yeah. He's quote unquote dangerous. He is trained to quote unquote kill. He has been to war. He has quote unquote PTSD, and we are now taking care of him. He is one of ours. This is a permanent matter. So here we go. And they know what civilians are going to do, but they're not allowed to engage in civil conflict, in formal conflict. There are departments for that. So when a veteran or a man, it doesn't matter if you're a construction worker or whatever, but since I relate to the veteran side of things and then further the quote unquote disabled veteran side of things, um, and the reason I'm quote unquoting these is because of the cognitive response versus the reality. What the VA and what professional doctors and what the corporation that pertains to disabled veterans and the actual clinical definition and how to handle PTSD versus the cognitive response that comes from the civilian that has only seen movies or was related or married to a veteran, and how that veteran had behaved, the maybe quirks that they had seen, or social disruptions or reasons why this veteran probably doesn't belong doing regular civilian things, and this is how they live their life, it's so different. um how they view life, it's so different, and so on. Now that person has the validation to be able to say whatever they want as a witness. Then they sculpt a narrative that is believable based on Hollywood fabrications designed to sell movies, designed to cause an emotional response in people from an exaggerated and unrealistic scenario in the guise of realistic, in the guise of relatable.
They go and try to make another Jarhead movie.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep. So then what happens? The man now is literally treated as more dangerous than you would treat a dog, a male dog, around puppies. In fact, it would be the same as if you took a male dog and after breeding, locked them in a freaking cage and never allowed them to see their puppies and told other people the reason was because the dog was too dangerous.
Yeah,
Bro, male dogs don't kill their puppies.
actually, you know what? I have seen it where the male dog, if a groomer's not careful, the the male dog that breeded, it will turn on its puppies if you're showing the puppies more care. Sometimes the male dog can get jealous and try to kill the puppy
Interesting.
because they look at the master as God, basically, and they think that the son or daughter is trying to get in between them and their master, so they take it as a territorial dispute.
Oh shit. Well, my Akita was a puppy, and the pit bull was getting closer to 3 years old, and he knew all the rules. He tried to discipline the Akita when she was doing wrong things, and then I was afraid because he was feral when I first got him. I'm the only reason he has any quality temperaments. That and the vet had to take his nuts too. He was just too fucking wild and too old when I got him. But saved his life. He lives a good, peaceful life now. But I was afraid that he could rip that puppy apart and would because how serious he took the rules. He knew not to go to the bathroom in the house, but a puppy, you're going to basically deal with that battle potentially for 2 years, even with kennel training. If you're going to let them in the house, they're gonna think that they can pee somewhere. Um, and if you don't let the puppy know that you can't do that on a serious instinctive level where that dog understands, then it's going to become a game. So, and then that can revert the male dog to follow the puppy's lead. Oh, I got in trouble for disciplining the puppy. I guess we're not in that much trouble, so now I'm going to do it too. They're like kids. Dogs are like kids. And if they understand the rules and have a structure and routine, they're perfectly behaved and sculpted to whatever you want them to be. And mine are both happy, healthy, content, and relaxed. They're chill. They don't have any anxiety for anything,
Yeah.
you know. Kids are the same. But what I'm getting at is the man then is because he has a record of capability of combat, even legal combat. He's now treated as if he's more dangerous than a male dog to a puppy. Like he doesn't have self-discipline, self-control, or reason. And then they do this based off of the rumors of the lie, the rumors that came with the lie that, oh, he's a danger. Yeah, he's dangerous. Oh, he's a danger to his children. Well, do you have any proof of this? No. Well, we can't do anything without proof. Okay, I'm going to try to get him really mad. So, he's going to do something or say something that nobody will be able to forgive, basically. And, they'll believe me more than they'll be able to forgive, but they'll believe me now when I say that he's dangerous and he's abusive. And I'll make it seem like this is how life was with the person. So deliver the biggest insult that you possibly can to get that reaction. It works.
Yeah, that sounds.
If you are a man, all odds are stacked against you in these
Yeah,
these matters.
yeah, and you got to know where you stand in politics these days, because yeah,
Know your value.
you got to. What's that?
Know your
Can you hear
value.
me?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, and not only that, but you got to know where you stand as far as like we talked about business sense, handling all this stuff as a business, the way the government's got shit worked out. You
absolutely.
get what I mean? When you turn into an actual guy, it's time to understand that, yep, it's about business. So everything we do at some point is definitely business. It's all business sense after a while.
Yep.
Because got to figure out ways of making what's going on around here work for you and not for them. That doesn't mean screw anybody over. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It just means you have to figure out your loophole with making things easier for you. And it's not everyone's gonna be the same. It's not gonna be for everybody, whatever loopholes or programs you might find to make things easier and find your way there like that. It's just the trip of it is that you'll find good ones and it'll get you there and help like that. It's just that shit, it starts with your brain first, and you just can't help other people with it until, you know, after you know for a fact it works for you. It's a trip how it doesn't work on everybody.
Yeah. And what
And,
sucks is the Dunning Kruger effect. It works in reverse. Normally, it's idiots that think that they're better than they are, but there's an opposite side, and it's those that are highly trained and educated, um, and aware, and they think that everybody else is on their level of skill, ability, awareness, comprehension on whatever matter it may be, and therefore it creates a level of self-doubt. And you can have a giant in the room, but they don't recognize that they're a giant because of the Dunning-Kruger effect. They have put everybody else on their intellectual level or physical skill level. It could be in anything, but usually matters of conversation is where it comes out most for the highly skilled. They don't recognize how good they are and how much everybody else isn't as good as they are. And then you have the other side where it's the fucking idiot that just does stu- something stupid. It's the dumbass at the Buffalo Wild Wings UFC fight night saying how he could whoop whoever's ass. It's that guy. So in knowing is accepting. We often know the answer to things far before the answer reveals itself to others.
oh yeah, yeah, you got to be 6 steps ahead of the game, dude.
And part of that in mitigating that is finding the right time and opportunity to be able to inform others around about whatever circumstance is happening, especially when you're being attacked, and you're being attacked um, with people that matter and that are very important or most important. And part of the thing with people and their stupidity, if one person says something, people want to believe it. Here it is again, the dangerous word belief, faith, hope, hope. Ugh, ugh, kill me, fucking hope. Um, these are baited fucking words, and
Yeah, they can be. Yeah, that's what's interesting about words like that is they can have, depending on how you organize them with other words, they all of a sudden mean something else.
people want to believe though, and people
Oh,
want to believe something terrible, and people want to believe something great. And America, we always love these recovery stories, redemption stories. Freaking, he was on top of the world, he lost it all, and he made it back. Um, that's not my story at all. My story has started from the bottom. Now we're here, and we're not even there. We're not even finished. Um,
Yeah, we're not even halfway there
We're not
yet.
even halfway there yet.
We're getting close
So
to it, but
yeah, it feels good up here, but it's not where it's going. And to know that it was never even supposed to get here by the design of other people. It was actually supposed to look much worse.
oh yeah, you're supposed to be dead,
Dead.
man.
I'm supposed to be dead. Supposed to be
Don't you feel
dead
like
by the
we're in?
people that
You
loved
feel
me the most,
it's like
or
we're in Pulp
allegedly.
Fiction. We're in Pulp Fiction right now, and we're looking at the bullets holes in the wall. We
That's
should be
it too.
fucking dead, man.
That's it.
Oh yeah, we should be fucking dead, man.
That's it.
It's literally it's like we're Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction.
No,
Oh yeah, we should be fucking dead, man. And then
absolutely,
it's just
without
yeah,
question.
I know we were lucky. And then they argue about, oh no, this shit wasn't luck, man. This was divine order. This is divine intervention.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
mean God came down and stopped the bullet? That's exactly what I'm saying, man. God came down and stopped these motherfucking bullets, man.
I was inside of an explosion once, and
No,
I left
yeah.
without a scratch.
Yeah, you know what? It's like you say, again, we should be fucking dead, man. There's a lot of stories that you and I both have. Our story that we have together is dangerous and fucked up enough, right?
Yeah,
But then all the shit that happened in between, up until we reach this age now, is even more fucked up than the place we were at.
it is.
So then when we find ourselves here and we're enlightening each other on, oh, nope, neither one of us were wrong. We get what actually happened now.
I
And
was
yeah,
actually safer there than
oh yeah,
anywhere else.
oh yeah, we've gone over it, how it was a vacation and it was a safe haven from psychopathic mothers.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, and it's real funny how you learn about the girls in that fucking place.
yep. That was a major part of our education,
Oh yeah,
was
you don't want
how
to look,
fucked up
don't look at,
women
you
can
don't
be.
want to know. Oh yeah, you don't want to know. Fuck with those bitches.
Yep,
Oh yeah, and you always want to have the upper hand on the situation.
yep,
Oh yeah,
yep.
like
That
you
they
said,
can't
we
be
learn.
trusted, all that.
Oh yeah. Then we find out that everything's business because of the age, number that we reach. All of a sudden, yep, we were right. It's all business, all of it.
Yep, all of it. That's why,
I
there
know.
again, love is poetry, love is a lie.
Yeah, that's why, like Tony Robbins used to say, live with passion. Well, you find these things that you just like that much, and you just go for it. Now that we're at this point,
Yeah,
like you said, you like to play your video games and shit a lot, right? And it's
yeah.
just that, you know what? Wherever you find it like that, yeah, as long as you're staying out of trouble, fuck yeah.
That's it too. And I go to the gym and I walk my dogs and I write and I think and I'm at peace with
Yeah.
with my life. And
Hard to get. It's hard to get, man.
I look at the chaos and chaotic people around trying to disrupt my peace, basically as a knight would look at peasants in a rabble. I will stab down if I must. Get away from my horse and home. Get off of my estate. Stay away. Um, and my lack of interest for companionship or connection does not come with a bitterness or resent, but comes with a individual satisfaction in my own amnesty, in that I can choose to do whatever I want, and I don't want to do anything bad. I just want to do what I do. I think the most exciting part of my life right now, for the past few years, for the past 3 years, has been my motorcycle. Before that was martial arts training, and the people that brought into my life as a martial arts instructor, and the roller coaster ride that took me on. Um, there's nothing crazy. There's nothing crazy about it at all. I'm a bookworm. I'm a fucking nerd. I just
Oh, that's
happen to
where
be
you.
in shape and have tattoos with long hair and no
Yeah, it's
martial
where you.
arts.
It's where you want to be now, especially at this point in your life. It's where you want to be. So,
That's it.
see, what's nice about it is that it avoided us having a midlife crisis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you're happy to be at your age and to be free of their bullshit. Because what are you going to do? It's an accomplishment to make it to this age.
Well, something that I think keeps men longing for beyond delusion, and the delusion's not their fault, unless they feed into it, which most do. But the delusion of women being faithful, fidelity, marriage being a good idea or business decision, um, in any which way, shape, or form, or if they listen to me talk on matters of pair bonding, women's tactics, what is normal, most of them have gone through it without even knowing.
Oh, yeah. Look, man, the stuff that we were dealing with was real intense, crazy shit that you just can't
Can't
notice. Just
deny.
like you said there. You can't notice it until you reach a certain age. And then when you reach a certain age, you know for a fact what the fuck happened at that point, and it leaves guessing
Oh,
over
I
with.
think I think the reason that we know what happened is because we had the program, because we had the interrogation sessions at the seminars to where it was undeniable. We have seen these behaviors exposed in people in large groups for
Yeah.
years, starting at
Oh,
young
yeah.
ages, starting at young
Oh,
ages.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
with that, when it finally happened to us in more mature ages and early adulthood to mid to maybe even uh, relatively recent or whatever, is that it's now accepted that what was seen in those in the building um, was not an isolated matter, but just an exposure of what we are going to be facing when we leave, because we were
Oh,
safe from it there. Those
yeah.
girls couldn't hurt us there.
But they can now.
They can now. And we were given
Right.
all the tools to be able to protect ourselves from the types of evil that we would be put through, to include the intentional devastation and destruction of our children's future and to their lives.
Yes.
Yup. And for me, the only window that had made that available was denial of what I was taught in the program to be a reflection of real life.
Well, you're supposed to be in denial for a little while about that. And then eventually you just notice at a certain age exactly what
Yep.
it is.
I just
When you
got
know
fucking
exactly what it
blasted out of a cannon to the military, isolated in Korea, shot straight to fucking war, and then I was already married while all this is going on. You know, yeah, it was too
is.
much too fast.
A lot all at once.
Just bam, 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 bam. Yeah, it was too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. Well, the good part of it is that time's on your side, though. Not everyone can say that time's on their side, you know it?
That's facts. Time is on my side. Time is my
I mean,
most
I've,
valuable resource, and I have it.
oh, yeah. Like I told you, I know people that were in the right place at the wrong time. I've told you about that story, right? About my friend's dad that was in Motley Crue for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He was the singer for a while, but nobody cared because he's not Vince Neil, right? And he made an album with them and he was on MTV and everything, but nobody liked him because he's not Vince Neil. My point is, he was in the right place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Got in the band, toured with them. Again, all that shit, but just wasn't well liked because he wasn't the original guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Right place at the wrong time. And you just want to be stoked that you're not one of those guys, dude.
I am. I am. Oh
Because
man,
you,
I'm happy to be me. I don't want to be anybody else. There's certain situations that, I wish didn't happen. I used to look at all the things that I had been through made me me, but then I came to another realization that I think that I would always be this, because what's good about me, I believe, is all the way down to my genetics, because I had to reject everything that was going on around me to be able to be me, because what was going on around me was wrong. It was wrong. It's fucking wrong on a formal level. And I had to reject that. That goes back to core fundamental development. How is
Yeah.
one even capable of rejecting their core fundamental development?
Well, look, man, you got to remember with
Loss of all trust.
the situation we have here, you have to know better. That's the main secret. If
Acceptance.
you know better,
Accept how bad it
right.
is.
Well, if you know better and you know exactly what they did and exactly how it works, you can work with it and it can be something good. If you don't know what they did and you're literally mixed up in it and you can't tell the difference, then you're in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree, because then it goes in again to internal conflict, and back to,
Yeah.
if you trust somebody else more than yourself, you need to trust
Self,
yourself. That is your reality.
they're going to create self-destructive thinking patterns. And
If Yep.
the way they naturally think all the time, they're just going to work themselves into the ground. They're digging a bigger grave every day. Every day. That's all they do with their decision making. They just dig bigger graves all the time.
Yep.
And you try to help them. Even when you hate them, you try to help them and tell them what the fuck they're doing, and they don't listen.
Yep.
So you can even go up to a bitch like one of our mothers and literally try to help them, and it won't even help them because they won't want to listen to you.
Yeah, they're
So,
loyal to how they feel.
oh yeah, you're not going to change them.
No.
That's as far as they're concerned. No, you're not going to change me. Well, fuck you then. When you get in trouble for it, don't blame me when I tried to help.
Yeah.
Especially when we talked about this before earlier too. Especially when you were the one that meant help and they were the ones that harmed and they wanted to tell you that you were harming and it's bullshit. You were helping.
Yep. They just felt that the reality was too much to face. It hurts. It hurts, because the man's world's physical, the woman's world's
It's it's
fucking
like it's just
sensational.
like your look. It's just like your fucking lipstick in the car story. It wasn't about no fucking lipstick. It wasn't about anything that you were even seeing in the moment. She just wanted somebody to take it out on what she was feeling because she can't handle her own fucking mentalism because she can't tell what's wrong.
Yep.
You know, because she can't tell what's wrong and she needs somebody to take it out on. She
Somebody
used
to
the
take that
lipstick
on.
as an excuse. Yeah, she used the lipstick as a fucking excuse, like a business angle just to smack you around.
Yep. I was a little
And it's
boy.
knowing, oh yeah, but you know what? Good for you, man. Good for you. Because we're here right now talking about it and you're able to literally face it and understand what she did. A lot of people won't do that
Yep.
just because they don't have conversations like this and they won't figure it out.
Yep.
Fucks them up for life, you.
Yeah. I am a advocate against child abuse among women abuse against men, because it's common and it's underplayed and under talked about, and
Oh, it's
it's
the way
detrimental,
the
and it's most common.
you got to understand as a man that that's the way of the business are these controlling women that want to change everything and gaslight the shit out of your whole story.
Absolutely. Because
Most
they
men,
benefit.
they,
But this goes into society. When society and to civil law, not federal law, not legal law, not law that requires science, but law that takes rumors and time is money,
yeah.
over matters of children, where rumors can cost years,
Oh
lies can
yeah.
cost years, and then the
Yeah.
temptation of the benefit, all it's going to cost is your complete and total morality to be able to do it. Well, if you don't have any morality and your facade is worth most, then there is no moral that will intervene.
No, because the people get set in their ways that do that shit. They get set and they don't change.
Risk reward dopamine response.
You know, they don't want to change because they think that they're so set in it they don't even recognize that changing would be a good idea.
Yeah. Not everybody recognizes what's called kung fu, which means gong fu, which means practice. It means time and energy. The more time and energy you put into with effort into, be it understanding or physical activity, studying, whatever it may be, that you will get better. That's all gong fu means. That's all kung fu means. Is you'll get better if you practice.
Practice makes perfect, man.
Bingo. But it's actually a rare adopted concept in America. People just think they're taught something and they're good at something. Or if they pick something up, they're going to be good at something.
Hey, man, they're lazy. You got to remember, we were talking about that. If anybody can find an easy way out and think that they're going to beat the system, they're going to take it.
I heard something wise that, validates what you're saying, and too bad I can't remember the name of the biologist, but they had stated, and it was a female. I want everybody to know I'm not unjustifiably, saying all this stuff that could come off as sexist. I'm about bad behavior, not about women. It's that nature's goal, evolution's goal, is to get the most out of doing the least.
Yeah. Hey, you don't want to work any harder than you need to. Right? Oh, look, and you want to make things easy on yourself if you can.
Yep.
The easier you make it on yourself, the better time you're going to have.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't want to have to work extra hard if you don't have to. It's kind of like the difference with Cameron and Chafin. Remember how Chafin used to be a dumbass and dress up like that?
Yep.
And Cameron never fucking dressed up. It's just like that, dude.
Yeah.
It's totally just like that. It's the difference right there.
Yeah. There it is again. And then here it is. Cameron, the guy, he's actually running the show. He's actually teaching the kids, hey, here's how fucked up this shit is. And then here's Chafin. He gets in trouble for being a part of the fucking problem.
Yes, because you reap what you sow, and you figure Cameron's making it easier on himself. Chafin's making it harder.
And Chafin got in trouble. Yeah, he made it harder on himself. And what did he use? The same narcissistic, psychopathic bullshit, grooming and false projection of purity. And under the guise of help. Oh, I'm here to help you. I was here to help those girls. Look at me, I dress nice. Like Eric Cartman, when he got called out by, what was it, Kyle? Just because you wear a nice sweater doesn't mean you're a nice person. Yeah, false projection of purity. And then we go back to the church with that false projection of purity. Gentlemen, just because your spouse or your mother, whoever claims to be Christian and understands what love is, that does not mean that she as a person actually does. It means that she has a very good and strong facade that claims to understand it and claims to follow it.
Yeah, and really is duping the shit out of her and fucking her up in the head.
Yeah, because it's creating a delusion of a desired reality that is not reality, but the reality is what is desired by a man.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it. That's all. A man desires reality. A woman desires her desires. A man is loyal to his principles, his word, and his oaths, his principles and his word. A woman is loyal to her damn feelings, how she feels at the time about something. So, and that's biological. So a woman will never be loyal to a man. Also, hypergamy is also biological. No matter how good you are as a man, since it's not a altogether chart, it is on scales and balances, you will never be the 100% end all be all man unless, you're Donald Trump. And even then, just because she may have discipline to not want to risk losing being the fucking first lady, most powerful woman on planet fucking Earth, doesn't mean that what is instinctively in her desire is not, whatever it may be. Um, and no disrespect to the first lady, just saying that we as humans are groomed in our society to portray something that does not exist, and that is a more civilized being than what we are. And even by behavior, if we behave civilized, the desires of our heart may not be as civilized as we portray, where a false projection of purity, go to church, wear the long dress or pants, have a haircut, whatever it may be. Oh, I sing my praises. I'm in the choir. Oh, I cry. Therefore, I don't have 100 guys on my secret Snapchat account that
Yeah, that's why
exactly.
I'm saying. That's why I'm saying even that shit is getting to the point now where it doesn't matter as much as if you want to go after something at all, and if you think that you have something at all, it's what I was saying about share the cell phone.
I agree. I think
That's
that's it.
it's the only logical start that you can have with somebody in the way things work.
I agree.
If
If you're wanting to be in an exclusive monogamous relationship, that is probably the only answer in this day and age to start. To start.
you have to share your cell phone with them, yeah, otherwise they're on their own. Because a cell phone, it's like it's independence right there.
Yep.
And you're supposed to voluntarily not want that independence if you're in a relationship.
I was dating a gal for a while, and her ex-husband, he didn't quote unquote allow her to have social media accounts, and apparently she had got herself in quote unquote trouble using them. And when I was dating her, after about a year, there it was, and there she was doing it, and the same habits of her generation, which was more Gen X, just on the end line of millennial, but yeah, no, she's like a young Gen X.
Yeah.
Um, so she got on that social media. Next thing you know, she's wanting to take trips by her quote unquote by herself, and oh, she's just yeah, all the same stereotypical bullshit. And she's
Yeah.
doing it. She's flirting with guys on her social media. She's like a guy does at a strip club. That's what she was
Right.
doing on her Instagram, and she was
Right.
trying
They
to
do.
hook up with these male model Instagram models.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I
I
caught her
seen
doing
it.
it.
Oh, yeah.
I caught
Look,
her doing it.
that's why I'm saying you have to share a cell phone if you want a relationship. And when people get upset by you even thinking of that way, then they're not willing to do what it takes to have a true relationship. They're just wanting to scam you and dupe you for your money.
Yep, that's
Like
it.
you say, if you mean enough to them, they'll want to share the cell phone.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. They'll be cool with it.
Yeah. If you liked the gal enough where you wanted to do that, you know, that's what would make it doable is to start with that.
Probably start with that and put it on child mode and get rid of incognito mode.
Well, whatever modes there are at that point, as long as you're sharing the phone and both know about everything that's going on with the phone and you have if it's wired into your computers, you can tell what all's going on with the phone. So if you know for a fact that both of you have the one cell phone and you both are literally able to prove to each other like it's just one cell phone, you're going to have to know what all's going on with the one cell phone. There's no way you're going to get duped with one cell phone. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Here's another one, gentlemen. If you haven't taken this step, aren't taking this step, if you are married and you are going to get a divorce, and you are paying for that cell phone bill, her cell phone bill, before you
Yeah.
get angry and disconnect her cell phone, what you need to do is keep that cell phone connected and print out all of her text message and number type records. Then you'll
Yeah.
have everything you need. And that is legally done because you are the owner of the account. That is not spying. That is not immoral. That is, if you believe that your spouse is cheating, that is likely your instincts telling you that she is cheating. If she is telling you she is not cheating, of course she's telling you she's not cheating. If she's telling you she had cheated but it was only once, okay, add a couple of zeros to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literal.
No, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So,
Yep.
it's so much worse
Yeah.
than you think. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Point being made. You
So
have
print out
something
all of
if
them.
they actually, if they want to share the cell phone, then you have something. If not, you're almost wasting your time.
You're wasting your time.
There's too much independence there, and they can change their mind too quickly because that's what the cell phone does nowadays. It changes your mind really fast. That's what it does.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the whole fucking point of it. You're changing your mind really fast. So, since everyone's got the power to change their minds that fast now,
I agree.
hey, the only way you could do it is if you share that fucking phone and you both know what's going on with that one fucking phone.
I agree. But
Well,
is
yeah.
something with me, and I think other gentlemen could benefit from hearing this. I went and lived with monks for a while in China, and the word monk comes from the word monarchy, which means lives alone or means alone. And some of the most peace and joy and childlike sensations, meaning carefree, that I have felt in my life was while sleeping on a mountaintop in a cave outside of a castle and running up and down the stairs in the morning during sunrise and climbing on these castle walls and living at that place as basically the lowest of the low. I don't have a room up there. I'm sleeping in a cave. Um I went up there every weekend to do that. And that experience of feeling that at peace and that happy with that little and putting that much work in to get up there on top of the lifestyle that we were living, which is high impact, high intensity. I mean, it's fight school, it's kung fu
Yeah.
school. Yeah. We're fighting on stone. We don't have a nice mat to land on. We have a stone ground to land on. So if you get knocked out, your head's gonna hit the stone. And I've seen it happen
No.
many times. I never got
Yeah.
knocked out, so lucky me. But I felt at peace alone on a level that I'd never felt with anybody else.
Mental clarity.
And that's what it was. And there was no desire for more or less. Just I felt like a child prince, just free, but nature, man. Like
It's kind of seemed like your thoughts were organized all of a sudden.
it was just, I mean, it was just
Strong mental
there.
clarity. Yeah,
Just
it's
the
almost like you
aesthetic of
get,
everything, and it just was
yeah, and
perfect.
then all of a sudden you're able to focus on things individually.
And the things that I were
And
focusing on were what was there.
yeah, your mental presence was clear,
Yeah, yeah, it was 100% in the situation, and it was just appreciation for it.
cleansing your thoughts, yeah, and getting rid of mental clutter. And then all of a sudden you can actually focus on what's important at the present moment.
Yeah, which was doing kung fu and meditating and learning how to meditate rather. once you know how to meditate, you don't even think about meditation. It's not even a part of your process. It's just how your brain processes. It just
Yeah, and
means
then all of a
accepting thought.
yeah, and then all of a sudden, you stop letting one aspect of your life dominate over the other.
That's it.
Because your mind, you have this sense of mental clarity, and then you're able to manage the stimuli that's going on around you.
Yin yang balance.
Right.
Yep, all 10,000 things going on in the world, and you're just centered in that balance. The world will be the world. Fire will burn, water will fall.
This is why you have to be an expert at keeping your thoughts in order. It's important.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't do that shit. And it's very easily, they just very easily get thrown off. They go in, like you say, they go and listen to the wrong music, or they watch the wrong fucking garbage on TV and shit, and they get all fucked up with the acceptance thing. And all of a sudden, they're not keeping their thoughts in order. They get out of line.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
that's
I
why
agree. I agree.
That's why Camerons, I'm telling you. It's Camerons, when you refer it to Camerons like that, it easily works out a complicated problem like that. You know it?
Yeah, it really does.
It is. It's all mental bullshit. The whole thing with life. It's all mental bullshit. So you think of Camerons and yeah, it easily work out complicated problems. No shit. Because you're able to keep your mental clarity under fucking control. You believe that shit? And the other kids don't get it, dude. I just tripped that they don't get it.
Yeah, no, they don't get it.
Yeah. You actually have this ability to let your instinctive tranquility take over, like you just talked about with being in the cave.
Yeah.
You just went over it. You actually are able to allow your instinctive tranquility to do it. And the other kids just don't get that shit. They literally allow these mental blockages to stay there, even though they know that they're there.
I think a lot of people are seeking the answer for personal peace in other people, and the other people are causing the chaos because their idea of peace isn't in alignment.
We talked about it. It gets to a point where you come to the time in your life where you have to stop worrying about what other people think. And you have to actually recognize that that's what you've been doing and you just didn't know.
And if you're worried about what other people think, you can't represent yourself properly.
Yeah, and then you can't trust your own mind, and that's not good.
Bingo, can't trust yourself.
Yeah, then you start being like one of our mothers, and then the upbringing that they did worked. Whereas since you went to Cameron's, we were able to figure it out and get on top of it to where it clears up the mental blockage.
Yeah.
That's why we got lucky with being there, dude.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the other kids will not acknowledge that it was good luck and time on their side. That's why they just get worse. It's just they have the choice. They can either perform well in all aspects of their life or just literally make things hard all the time.
Well, remember this, though, too. Again, there's abused and abusers, and you separate an abuser from the abused, and the abuser gets worse, and the abused gets better. So
yeah, especially when
look
you
at the program
actually
with what you're talking about. Here they are in rejection, but they were most likely, many of them, sent there because they were abusive.
Oh yeah, look, most of the kids were there from their attitudes, and you know that as well as I do. Those kids all sent themselves there because of their bad attitudes, man. It's how it narrows itself down because they pissed off one of their parents, and one of the parents said, "Fuck you, I can afford it, I'm sending you here. I'm sick of your shit." You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's two ways a kid can develop a bad attitude towards their parents. One, a parent has abused the child's trust, love, all that stuff. Or two, the child had zero discipline, zero at all, zero discipline, and then when they got older, they just did whatever the fuck they wanted. And the older you get, the more calories go into the shit you do.
Yeah, look, fucked up thinking patterns. It's a great way to narrow that one down. When you say that it's fucked up thinking patterns and you look at a family that just does what you just said, yeah, it narrows itself down to where what the issue is is fucked up thinking patterns. And because of those fucked up thinking patterns, we find ourselves in a place like Cameron's.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be your fault or your problem with the fucked up thinking patterns. It can be no reflection on you when you find yourself there like that for those kind of reasons.
Yeah.
And like you say, since you reap what you sow, and you have the right attitude and you stay humble with having the right attitude, that's when you turn 40 and we're like this instead of one of like the other kids that was there. And you know how fucked up they're getting. They go to prison, they whore themselves out, they get their asses kicked, they kill their parents, they do all kinds of outrageous shit.
Shit.
Man,
I can't. Yeah, I'm not even in shock by it because I think I'm not in shock by it because of what I went through with my mother, the acceptance of it, and then what I went through with my ex-wife and accepting that I psychologically, biologically married a psychological profile of my own mother based on core fundamental development.
Look, not only that, but you have military time. You have like real military time. That's going to make all the difference, dude.
Yeah.
You're going to have a different state of mind altogether because of what you did in the military. So that goes to boot with the whole thing too.
Yeah.
So the skills and everything that you have from the military, fuck, dude, that'll make all the difference on top of all that shit.
Yeah. But then here I have all these skills from the military, psychological, physical, combative as well. And what ends up happening is when I am a threat to somebody on a social level, I am a danger on a social level. I'm not just a physical, mindless killing machine. And it's not that I am not also potentially dangerous in a social playing field, but with me, the parameters, you better come correct and be respectful. And if you're not correct, then it's going to be challenged. And if you're disrespectful, it's going to be rejected. So after that, everything goes, and that's just for my own parameters and observation of how I've handled things in the past.
Sometimes, when we talk about these stories too, what else is crazy is that the idea that you and I know each other from Montana. We could say, even forget Cameron's place, we know each other from Montana and being out there in Montana.
Yeah.
And you realize what kind of life those people have out there, what they can get away with and what they can do because it's Montana.
Yeah, it's in the middle of nowhere.
You remember, they used to tell you, if you go on someone else's property and you get killed, it's your own doing.
Yeah, and it's somebody that's been waiting for their whole life for somebody to finally show up on their property that they didn't know so they could kill them.
So they can kill them, yeah, absolutely. So it's like you say, when things like that are the norm in certain places of the world like that, yeah, I like to add that on to what you just said. Because people's train of thought and their habitual thinking patterns again, and the stuff that the life that they have every day with their agendas and based on the area where it is, it's all because it's all a business when you reach a certain age life. So again, location. So your location makes all the difference too.
Absolutely. Location has everything to do with every action, reaction, response that goes on in your life.
Oh, yeah. So you realize that if you live out on Montana, right? It's almost as though if you were really crazy enough because you're a Montana mountain man, you could literally, like you say, it's all about tricking somebody to get on the property, and then you can get rid of them and bury them in your front yard. When you realize that there's places in the world where they don't give a shit if you do that or not, that's when you can look at things a little bit differently with manhood. Because it's not to say that you want to go out there and do that kind of shit. It's just that when you, like you say, when you realize that the world's more dangerous than you ever thought.
Ever thought.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. There are places in this world where They can trick you into coming onto their property, just like we did at Cameron's, right? He's tricking and duping families to send the kids there.
Absolutely.
You realize he could kill somebody on that property, bury them, get away with it, and say what he needs to say, and it's legal because it's private property out there.
Oh, wow.
You figure when you realize this shit, and you realize that in Montana you can have a cemetery in your front yard of people that you fucking hate because you tricked them into getting on your property and you did that. When you realize that there's places in this world where you can do shit like that, like you say, you look at the whole thing as business and your whole outlook on life and the world just changes because you realize it really is that dangerous, dude. You realize it. Somebody, okay, let's just say a hypothetical, right? You still there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's just say that someone's trying to dupe you into killing you, right? They could literally send a party bus to your house and they could say, Damien, you want a snowboarding trip, right?
Yeah.
They could say, you won yourself a snowboarding trip. Come get on the bus, and they got these party bitches there, these whores, and we're going to take you on a snowboarding trip. You realize that they can take you on that bus, put you on a property legally in Montana, and they could shoot you in the fucking head and bury you, and they got away with it. They don't give a shit. That's how life works out here.
Yeah, I believe it.
When you realize that this world works that way and they can do shit like that in the world of business, like I say, man,
my children in divorce was treated like a fucking slave auction, bro.
I know it. And what you're saying is 100% accurate. And if you dare mention that to anybody, you're the one that's crazy.
Yep. And that's what they try to tell everybody too. Oh, he's crazy. He's crazy.
Yeah.
I got a clinical psychological evaluation. I got a healthy bill of mental say or
I know it. This is when you know that we're dealing with psychopaths and it is them, not us, that are the problem here. And it's a trip when you realize it at this age, and you do end up realizing that it is actually accurate, that, whoa, shit, it really was them and not me the entire fucking time. Yeah, you just can't believe that all the people that you know from your whole story like that were literally that duped.
Yep.
They're that fucking duped. They're literally getting that scammed and screwed, and they just can't tell.
Yep. And then when you're the one who knows, you're the one who gets tagged.
That's why you just stay discreet and you don't say shit, and you realize that most of the people in this world aren't going to be as good as you, dude, even if they have money. It doesn't fucking matter.
Yep. Here's the problem with physical prowess. Physical prowess is a double-edged sword. It's fun to be strong, but now if you are a strong and intimidating being, all it takes is someone to say they feel threatened by you, and now that is validated just by your strength.
Well, they could take anything pretty much and use it against you.
Absolutely. They can make it, you met the person and say whatever the fuck they want to say, and they may not be able to take you to criminal court or criminal trial, but they can take you to civil court and fuck your fucking years up.
Remember, karma is conscious and the law is not.
Well, I believe the truth will set you free, but it takes the right ears to hear it.
The right time and place. Remember how I told you working time and making time work as a weapon? It's when you use it at the right time and place, and you make sure that you don't do it at the right time and the wrong place, because you can fuck up and do it at the wrong place at the right time, just like my buddy John that was in Motley Crue.
But you also got to add way. You have to do it the right way. So it's time, place, and method.
That's what I'm saying. It's the difference. So you have to do it at the right time and right place when you strike with time.
Because you have to do it proper strike. If it's not proper,
they least expect it. It has to be when they least expect it.
Absolutely.
They cannot see you coming.
And this is for matters of mind, body, spirit. Spirit is emotion. So
right.
Yeah.
The Bible. Shit. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. It applies across all categories. In fact, when it comes to matters of physical violence, I don't even speak on matters of physical violence often anymore, and also only in a controlled setting, controlled environment with pretty much a disclaimer, because my ability for violence and extensive training in it has created a stigma that I am a violent person. When on the contrary, I studied violence to keep people from being violent to me and to protect other people.
We talked about the peacekeeper analogy, remember?
Yeah, it's a part of my natural archetype.
Yeah, it's just you're just being a peacekeeper. That's all there is about it. It's just keeping the peace. And you got to remember
The
these
world
days
needs people
too.
that'll do it.
You got to remember these days. The thing about it is, it's very easy to radio for support staff now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you just click on your phone and the cops are here now. So, you know, things have changed a lot. I know that there's probably even more violence now because of that, which is really weird. But it's just what it is. All we got to do is hit the button, and here comes support staff, and they'll put you on your fucking face and put you in the back of the car.
Well, shit, nowadays I'll pull out my phone. I've dealt with so many Karens
That's what
that
I mean. Yeah.
I will pull out my phone now. I will tell them I will start recording you and put you on YouTube. I will stream this. I will put you up on stream, and
Oh,
because
that's a.
it's the only way that I can protect myself. At this point, I have been harassed, stalked, lied to, lied about, children taken from me, discarded as a child myself. All the primary and hardcore abuses and advantages that had been taken of me had been by women. Have been by women. Very
Yeah.
few men have really crossed me. Strangers have crossed me, but that's just to be expected. Um, but men who know me, very few have crossed me, and usually the ones who have, it's because they were beneath me and jealous, and that's just is what it is. I was becoming more successful than they were in the same field, and it created resent. Um,
Oh yeah.
you know,
Yeah. I've seen that shit. I mean, my dad's second wife, like I said, she's a real estate lady, and she's so good at scamming because that's all she knows is these scams. To get really good. So don't get me wrong, she's really highly successful at selling houses. And so because of that, she has these three sisters that went and got their licenses at the time too. And they do really well for themselves too. But this former stepmother of mine, I guess she's the best one at it, and she's gotten the most success out of it. And yeah, her sisters are that envious and pissed off. I
yeah.
mean, they do the same thing that you're talking about. They don't hold her at high regard. They get mad at her for it.
Huh.
Oh yeah, I've noticed, man, competition in this world that people like to carry around with them. I honestly don't do it because I just like to tell myself that I don't compete with people.
I compete with me.
That's not
What
really
can
a
I do better?
competition. Well, look, man, when I say that you don't want to compete with people, you just want to understand that you're not in the middle of a contest because most people, especially men out there, they like to behave like they're in the middle of a fucking contest with you.
Absolutely.
And
I
I've just
use gaming as a piece of a research tool because I
yeah,
do gaming with other people, and I
you
do different.
this,
I don't
look, this
just
is what
I don't
I'm
just
telling
go into games where the thing is to shoot the most amount of people as fast as you can, even though I have. I go
Look, this
into games where you have a choice.
right.
And
This is why I'm telling you it's gambling. Remember, it doesn't have to be for money, dude. It's gambling because of that very reason. It opens up these windows of opportunity, and it
anytime you
changes the.
interact with a person, that's all it is interacting with a person.
Well, it's still though, since it's online gaming and it changes the course of the overall outcome of your decision making, they consider it to be gambling.
I think I should take you in with me into a game at least once so you can actually have it in educated perspective on what you're calling gambling. On an emotional
Well,
level, Sure, it could be a gamble. Somebody could mess you up your 30 minutes, but you're not gonna make money. You're not
No,
risking
no,
losing money.
no. I'm just saying what it can do is get you in trouble with your train of thoughts afterwards from interacting with the person and their influence they might have you with interacting with your habitual thinking patterns.
It's the same
It
thing
might,
as any interaction with another human being. They have no more or less opportunity to disrupt
look, we talked
your
about this.
patterns.
No, we talked about this before, right? It is because it is gaming. Because if you gamed without the other online players, it's not going to change the fate of your outcome with your thinking that way.
Bingo, there it is. You
Because,
just agreed with me. It's just another human interaction.
right, but because it's gaming, they consider it to be gambling. It doesn't matter if you and I consider it to be. That online world of it, they think it's gambling because they're changing your thoughts that much because of the influence of the other players interacting with you, and it's an actual human life interacting with you in the game and not the computer.
Most gambling is man versus computer and pure risk and
I
luck.
don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. I'm just talking about the statements that they put on there.
I'd be
Because
be interested in
I
seeing this view
just
because
don't.
I'm still not in alignment with it. Um, I
Yeah,
would have to see
like
him.
the only look, it's the only reason why I usually don't partake in the because I've done online playing before, and honestly, yeah, it's the reason why I don't do it at all. Because when I was playing it before, and it was just with a girl I liked online and shit,
Oh,
so
girls
it's
ruin everything, especially in gaming.
well, there you have it. It's a gamble right there.
Yeah,
See,
but
it
it depends
changes the
on what you're going in for, man. Everybody's got a different motive. There it is again. It's a simulation of society. It is a society inside of society. Here, these
yeah.
people are at home instead of driving to their local bar or wherever
But it's
social event
thoughts.
or gathering it may be, where they may communicate with other people. They're in their own home into a digital lobby, expressing themselves
But it's
through a
thoughts.
character.
Thoughts. But it's thoughts. It's because of the fact that it's wiring itself down to narrowing itself down to the power of thought. And it has the power of suggestion and intention backing it that way by another human life.
Well, that's any social interaction.
That's gambling too, like going on the
Exactly.
Facebook or
Bingo. And
going on.
that's all my thing is. It's just the same thing as any time you communicate with another human being.
It's still a gamble.
It is a
Still.
gamble. It is
It
a
is.
gamble on a metaphysical level.
So
And
you
and
would
it
agree with me that
absolutely but
if
it's an
you're playing the
agreement.
game, so if you're playing a game without anybody and it's just the computer, we could say it's not a gamble really because you don't have somebody else changing your mind for you.
Nah, because the game can have influence on your mind too, and the game is also written by humans. And the characters are also expressing humanistic, semi-relatable, hypothetical scenarios and situations that are designed to trigger an emotional response. People are attached to, attracted to, in love with make-believe characters all the time.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't disagree with what you're saying. It's just that this is one of those things where, yeah, I think it goes in both directions. I think that it's kind of like you can do with it what you want. You get what I'm saying? Like, and I don't think that there's like a wrong direction with it, whether you call it gambling or not. You get what I mean? Because it's almost as though you're tricking your belief system into considering it. You get
No,
what I mean?
I I
You don't get it?
I
Because
don't
it's
view
just the
it as I
yeah.
would have to.
You're getting involved with people. It's just how it is. You're building
That's
rapport
it.
with
That's it.
people.
That's all. It's
That's
being
part.
involved with people.
It's business, so
It's
we
the
could
same
say it's
thing as
business.
any social interaction.
All right. Well, it's business and it's handling business, especially at your
I
age.
agree.
Everything's a bit now.
I
So
agree. That's why I stream it. That's why I stream my gaming. And that's why my Kick channel has a whole fuck ton of followers. My YouTube channel doesn't have many, but Kick has a lot. Um, that's why I stream it. So I'm not just wasting my time for entertainment.
no,
And when I go into it, I've got a very business mentality with the team that I have.
It's entrainment, not entertainment. What
Yeah.
you and I do is entrainment. We don't do entertainment around here.
No.
Okay, we're changing, like you say, we create rabbit holes and people go down them. And it's the idea that no. We're, like you say, solving the problem on the brain. And we don't want people to be taking risks on going down our rabbit holes.
Yeah.
Because usually we're accurate.
Yeah.
So it makes all the difference, man. You know what I mean? If people want to listen to us and they consider what the fuck we're saying, because that's the biggest problem with people, right? The key is to get them to stop talking and to listen to you. So that's why that hypnotherapy works so well, because it forces them to stop talking and to listen to you when you hypnotize somebody, you know?
Yeah.
Because let's face, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, it's your buddy. So Dr.
It's
Draco
Doc.
showed up. So no,
yeah.
that's what you know how to hypnotize people, right? Because you were in the military.
Yeah.
Right. So you would agree with me that when you hypnotize,
I think the
check it
program
out.
taught me more about hypnotism than the military. But
Sure, but both of them do, because the military, they use it for survival shit, hypnosis, right?
Yeah, we're all hypnotized in basic training. Yeah.
You have to know and understand that the biggest key deal is getting someone to shut the fuck up and to listen to what you're saying.
That's facts.
Oh yeah, because that's what
why you can only hypnotize the willing.
Oh yeah, you can't get someone's brain to do something it doesn't want to do.
No.
It has to want to do it.
It has to be
It has
willing.
to. Yeah.
That's why women in hysterics are the easiest to hypnotize, because they're desperate. They want the influence. They want somebody to control their mind. They want somebody to control their thoughts, direct their whole life, because they can't do it themselves. So they're easy to hypnotize.
Just make sure you're giving them the right affirmations to where it doesn't back.
I don't mess with it. I've done it once, and I snapped her out of it, and she kind of freaked out because she wanted to be hypnotized, and she was liking what was going on, and it was consensual and everything, but no, I snapped her out of it. I've hypnotized another woman after that. I let her know beforehand, oh yeah, I'll do this to you and all this. Just know that it's fantasy, it's not reality. And she had a great time, but it was very powerful for her, you know. But same thing, snapped her out of it. You know,
if you want
but no, I had one gal that no, she freaking. And it was, oh shit, this works. This really worked. And it was a subconscious thing. I realized that she was hypnotized before I realized I had hypnotized her.
I told you about this, dude, that I make my own tapes and my own recordings that are like that. And they make permanent changes after you listen to them.
Yeah.
And you saw one of my videos. I sent you a subliminal.
Yeah.
That's literally fucking 3 seconds, and it snaps you in that direction because of the right stuff that's in it.
Yup.
So no, dude, it works. It's just that
no, it works.
They have to be if willing. You just have to, yeah, because like you say, you can dupe people and scam them, but it's not doable to actually
being a
run
straight-faced liar isn't a clever thing or a fucking symbol of intelligence. It's just being a fucking liar.
Well, the bad part about being a liar is that you're not going to remember what you lied about.
Bingo.
And so it works against you later because you forgot that you even lied.
That's why it always catches up.
So yeah, people catch on that you lied back then. And they go, you motherfucker, dude, you lied. I'm out of here.
Yep.
So yeah, you never want to lie ever. You don't ever fucking lie.
Ever. And most of society doesn't believe that you can go through life without lying. And you can. And you can. It's a choice to lie and to put yourself in situations where you feel that it is beneficial to lie. And when truth is, if you tell the truth about especially what you want, you're more likely to get it. You're more likely to get it, but you will never get it if you try to deny what you really want in life. And most people try to do this to seem impressive, again, to fit the needs of what the other person says that they want from you or what they want from somebody.
That fucking going out for acceptance shit.
Acceptance. Exactly.
That fucking acceptance. Yeah. I like how we touch on it here and there because we just remember now that Cameron was right.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he was right.
It's that fucking going out for acceptance. It ruins it for everybody when they do it.
Yeah. Draco, we got you in on the podcast, sitting at the desk. We've been doing this podcast for like 4 hours and 18 minutes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
We've covered a lot of talking about scamming the scammers.
Not necessarily scamming, but exposing and giving a lot of people some pertinent knowledge to what goes on when your mind is being fucked with, when your reality is being fucked with, when you're being lied to, and you don't know that you're being lied to, how to identify that in self, internal conflicts, internal dialogue. You know, you're arguing with yourself, how to be able to identify your world has been gaslit, meaning your reality has been hijacked. So yeah, we went over a lot of that.
Yeah, and you just can't tell when they do that shit to you when you're a little kid. You can't tell.
No, yeah, a lot of the basis of this has to do with child abuse, trauma, being gaslit, and really the dangers of bad parenting, and how to identify some of that stuff so people won't be a victim to it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just a lot of hunches that little kids get when they're getting abused, and they have a hunch that there's a problem going on, but they lie to them all the time, and they make the kid feel like it's their fault and that they are a bad kid. But again, that's gaslighting them, and then they grow up thinking that they're wrong all the time. So creates a lot of, it can really, like you say, your whole reality is just a bunch of fake shit, and you don't notice it until you reach a certain age, and you know for a fact that they were wrong. So, we just like kind of, when we go here, we like to talk about ways to identify it and knowing for sure if you're younger, if you hear what we're saying, you know,
or even if you're an adult and have been in denial, or your world is being fucked with and you're being lied to and manipulated and taken advantage of, how to identify it.
Yeah, we put you in the rabbit hole to untangle it.
Yeah, not even like I know older people that are like grown adults, and like their family talks to them in a way that it like I guess you could say interacts with their inner child, and so then they go back. What would you call that?
Reverting.
They go back to that place, you know.
Yes, they revert. That's what Damien, Musashi. This is why we were talking about this shit, dude. When we reach this age, it makes most of the kids want to revert. They go back to the facility or go back home.
Age regression.
Yeah.
Yep.
Regression. That's why I was just like, I was talking to one of my friends, and I was just like, what the heck? I was like, you gotta, because it's like, it's kind of hard to teach people how to work past that.
This is what happens when certain pieces of standard development is missing from their childhood or has been damaged and is still in conflict in their mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. So, like, you know, certain things that other people may know in your life just didn't lead you to know it, so you're kind of in the dark about things, or you've just been abused and taken advantage of, damaged, trying to figure it out how to live your life. That's what causes age regression.
Yeah, when you snap out of it and figure it out, and you know for a fact how to keep on top of your mind that way, it's something worth celebrating over.
Yep.
That's a relief. It's very relieving when you realize what the fuck actually even happened.
Yeah, it is. It comes as freedom.
Oh,
freedom
it's a real
oppressor.
It's a really nice, really good slap in the face from like Betty Page. It's like getting a real good, beautiful slap in the face to get woken up with.
Yeah. And it comes with peace and no longer desiring something that doesn't exist.
Oh, yeah, because you're worried again. We don't even notice it for a long time. We're worried about other people's thoughts and we don't even know it. We have no idea that that's what we're worried about the whole time. And then we find out that's the aha moment. Like, you mean I was worried about what that motherfucker thought and it never mattered to begin with?
Or that fucking bitch, and she never even fucking gave a shit. Yeah.
Right. Then you realize that, oh, I wasn't supposed to be worried about what they were thinking, like the entire time.
Yeah.
And then when you realize that you don't have to worry about what other people think, yeah, there's a big barrier that gets lifted up on your brain when you just kind of have this more extra privileged room with your brain to do thinking, that you stopped
When
yourself from
somebody else
thinking
isn't
that.
fucking with your thought process. Exactly.
Yes, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, sometimes that takes like an ego death for that to occur. But a lot of
Absolutely.
people don't experience that. Because I've seen grown men where they still don't get
Most
it.
will never, yeah, literally most will never accept
Well,
this
you
stuff.
know,
Yeah.
they
Because
talk about
okay, well, this is something I'm just gonna catch Draco up with one sentence that we had brought up before, is that every man has gone through this stuff, and well, yeah, and most will never know.
right. It's that, remember, I was just about to go there. It's because most men won't have conversations like this and they talk about stupid shit, trying to go out for each other's fucking acceptance and making them laugh over about shit that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, when you talk about productive things and you lay out these productive things like that, the conversation was worth investing your time into.
At the same
Instead
time,
of
the homies say something that freaking makes me laugh, like genuinely laugh. Man, I live for moments like that.
No, that's good. What I'm saying is there's people that just wrap each other up in stupidity because they're going out for
I agree.
acceptance and
I agree.
trying to make each other laugh, when you don't have to do that. You can have productive conversations like these, and it's not about acceptance at all, right?
Yeah.
And when you don't make it about acceptance at all, and there's no fucking acceptance lies or any other kind of bullshit going on with the way you dress with the image or anything else like they were talking about, okay? When you know that that's not a deal anymore, when you're socializing like this, then all of a sudden, aha, we're building good rapport. And you just don't notice it, that you're not building good rapport, where the conversation afterwards literally honors and respects you with your investment of time from what the fuck you were talking about. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because
yeah.
influence on talking with words is that big of a deal. It will literally turn your train of thought around after the conversation that much and that deeply.
Well, yeah, because thoughts are organized by words.
Yeah, and it's mostly the shit that you didn't want to pay attention to that sticks with you the hardest. So any part of the conversation that irked you, that you didn't want to hear about or whatever, that's what's going to hit home the hardest. The shit you didn't want to hear.
Oh, it's interesting how the things that we would rather never remember are the things that we end up remembering the most, but that's for our own survival.
You have to come to terms with negative experiences.
Exactly.
That's how you break free from the past.
Yep.
Otherwise,
exactly.
It's amazing that you and I talk Cameron's place and we're not wrapped up in the fucking past. We've broken through from the past, and yet we celebrate Cameron's this way. You get what I'm saying? We're literally calling it the hungry horse, and we're not wrapped up in the past like the other kids are. You get it? They're still wrapped up in the fear and hate, and they're scared of coming on here, and because it's called that.
Yeah. Age regression again, childhood trauma, missing pieces of developmental puzzles that have created questions that they're afraid to ask.
Yeah. So their habitual thinking patterns get counterproductive and they work against them. Like we were saying, it's a self-destructive
Well, we
mode.
were taught over there not only how to hypnotize others, but how to hypnotize ourselves.
Yes. The whole idea of the tapes, right? The idea that you don't have to pay attention to the tapes in order for them to affect you. They're shaping up your habitual thinking patterns even more when you're not paying attention to them and you're just eating.
Yeah, we've already discussed all this stuff.
Well, you know what? That's you went there. Habitual thinking patterns, they're that big of a deal. Because all of it comes with thought first. It has to start in your brain first.
Yeah, reality is thought.
Yeah, and it all starts with your thoughts first. And if you can't narrow down your MO with thinking, you're in trouble. You have to know the difference, and you have to know how to wire your habitual thinking patterns. That's why I say Cameron's, because you notice how thoughts are being organized by Cameron himself and how he's running this business on the property. Habitual thinking patterns, dude. And like we say, this is what we do. We like to make material where the listener is literally dropping old thinking patterns and picking up new ones because they are listening to what we're talking about.
That's the power of influence.
Oh yeah, when you just tell the truth like that, it's enough to where they just hear it, and it's gonna affect them that much. A lot of people don't understand that you can do that.
Yeah.
I've noticed. You know, a lot of people, even senior citizens out there and shit, old timers, they don't realize how effective a person's voice can get.
Pretty much all of society is ran by words. The natural world is ran by physical action. Society, civilization is ran off of metaphysical. It's feelings, it's sensations, words. So
it's all thoughts. It's all thoughts.
So I've diagnosed two major words as toxic. That is love is one of the most toxic words, and that is faith, hope, belief are other toxic words. And I started thinking how many lives have been lost, famines caused, people's destroyed, children taken from their families and abused over those words.
Yeah,
and over those values, over those ideas.
You have to recognize honesty. Yeah. You have to recognize honesty, and you have to understand. I mean, part of you was able to tell when your mother would, or whoever would pull that shit with you, lying to you, telling you that they loved you all the time.
Oh, my mom didn't tell me she loved me. Like, never.
Okay, then check it out. Then forget your mother. Remember the kids at Cameron's, how they would have the kids saying that all the time to each other.
Oh, shit, I just bring up my ex-wife. Yeah, there we go.
You know how it is. Well, yeah, you know when they're lying. You know when they're not telling you the truth when they use the certain language. If they're using the certain language and you can tell that they're not lying to you, like I said about the cell phone, that was my new analogy and new take on
Draco,
relation.
Check this out. This is a good one.
Yeah. Go ahead and tell him, dude.
If somebody's to be in an exclusive relationship and expect success, or if they want to test to see if their partner is willing to actually take that step to be exclusive, including yourself, share a cell phone.
Okay.
Don't have another phone. She don't have a phone. You don't have another phone. Just share a cell phone.
It's the only way that you'll develop trust nowadays.
That's it.
Otherwise, there's too much independence. And when you have that much independence, you don't give a shit about being in a relationship. If you want a relationship, that means you want to lessen your independence.
Another thing that I'll probably do if when end up dating again, and before we are considering being exclusive, I will probably say, you'll hand me your phone anytime I want to see it. If I ever want to look at your text messages, if that's a problem with you, and you can do the same to me, you can ask me to look at my phone at any time. If that's a problem with you, then this isn't going to work. If she has anything a matter of trust, its trust is earned. You have given me nothing to trust. I cannot trust you. It would be illogical.
Makes sense.
But you can earn it. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the same time, even though you're doing it, I still would never trust them all the way.
Ever. Because she'll probably get another cell phone and probably have it hidden in some place you probably wouldn't look, because women are better at hiding things than men.
Correct. Yeah, because they're more scandalous. It seems like because of the way that this country is, like you talk about culture all the time, right?
Yeah.
They're wired to have these options. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. They have these options there in this country anyways, and it's available to them because it's like a business, right?
1,000 times more
So,
than men.
right, they have more options with the way the law works and the way that the agenda is wired that way. I guess you could say the way that it's puzzled
Men are
together.
expendable,
They
women are
have
priceless.
Right. They have the option to where they can literally basically get away with murder
Literal.
lawfully if they really want to.
Yep.
And they know growing up in this country that they have that option to do these types of things.
And it actually happens all the time. And they get acquitted all the time as well.
It is too common. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. But love is another one of those words. It's a lie. Most people don't know.
No.
Most people don't have an idea of what it means, and there is no universal understanding for the word that we can all share beyond that of, and we can't even share it with parents. We can't even say that parents love their kids. Some parents love their kids.
I think if it's a true thing, if it's a true thing, it'll show up in your story, and I'd imagine if it's really a real deal, it'll show up and present itself just like any other opportunity.
What I'm saying is it's a lie. That a person's behavior and self-discipline, honesty, and agreement is an expression of love, but love in and of itself is non-existent. It is
okay.
Yeah, it's a set of how if you it's the agreement. It's the agreement. You have said that I will commit this part of myself to another person who has said they will commit that part of themselves to you. And by that agreement, that expression then is loving. When it comes to matters of intimacy, that agreement, because so almost everybody does this in the beginning. Everybody thinks that a woman wants an exclusive relationship. She wants a loyal man who's good and strong, but kind and sweet and all these things, and not too rough, but not too passive, and all these things, right? And this is just basic foundation shit. So the man seeks to do those things and says, yeah, I'm that, and yeah, I'll be that, and yeah, I'll do that for you. So what he's loyal to is not her, but to his principles, to his commitment. She knows that. What she is loyal to is how she feels. So when he says, I will do this for you, I will be that exclusive man, I will hold the door open, I will hold your hand, we will go through this stuff, and I'm gonna do it. That makes her feel good. But that doesn't mean that she is loyal to that man or the principles that were agreed upon. What it means is she is still loyal to how she feels, and she feels good in front of you at that moment because of your sacrifice through commitment, expressing love. Love in the Western world is, especially for a man, sacrifice. Self-sacrifice. That is where a man is expected to show his most love, is in his sacrifice for those that he cares about.
Hey, yo, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back. I gotta answer this.
Bet.
What's that? I didn't hear that.
Oh, he's got to answer a phone call.
Oh.
He said he'll be right back.
Well.
That last statement may have been powerful. It may have been powerful. Especially to a Christian. Especially to a Christian, which, you know.
Oh man.
That's where, yeah, but I mean, you know, the idea for most of the Western world's notion of love comes from, Jesus Christ,
yeah. Yeah.
which
All
is,
that
again, self-sacrifice.
Not only that, yeah.
A man tried and punished for no crime is the narrative, and
Um,
crucified and forgave those who had
um,
wrongfully punished him is the narrative. That is the narrative.
how it is, all that shit does is make people stuck up as hell.
And not everybody, but what I'm getting at is the ideological foundation for the word love in the Western world.
So you got a better shot at paying attention to the fucking animals when you think of the word.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. 100%. And accepting that nature in people, even if it's ever or never expressed, is a deeper expression of love than an attempt to self-sacrifice for another person to show it.
It's kind of like a bird's nest where there's of course a mother and a father, and it's like watching the father bring a bunch of worms and to puke them into the kid's mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of what it is.
So here's something interesting. So let's see, I've been single probably 3-4 months. And when I say single, I mean single. Like I am single. I am not on dating websites or apps, or I'm not flirting with gals. I'm not looking for pussy. I am comfortably single. And it's the first time since my divorce that I've been able to actually be single, alone, and be at peace being alone. I've already learned to sleep in bed alone and enjoy that more than company. But to actually be okay, I'm alone. I don't have, for lack of a better term, these bitches fucking with me. And my last girlfriend wasn't a bitch fucking with me. However, she's still a female. So
Yeah.
during the breakup, everything was peaceful, and we agree we're still going to be friends, and there's nothing but good things between us, and the moments that had been shared, there was nothing unreconcilably damaging. It's all good things, and we can be friends for the rest of our life and wish each other well. It's like, okay. So for the first like 2 months, I didn't really hear much from her. I would send her, and I'd give her space. I wouldn't, send much, probably we messaged back and forth maybe 3-4 times the first couple of months. And it actually stayed about that pace. And so it's been about 4 months. And I sent her some like cat emoji. She loves cats and basically owns the cats in my mind. And so as a friend, I shared it with her, and she laughed, thought it was great, funny. And she tells me, oh, she's now dating someone. I'm like, cool. And that we can no longer be friends, or even small term friends, because she feels it would be disrespectful to him. Again, she's loyal to her feelings. And this is a woman that for 3 years was telling me, oh, all this stuff, all the matters of behavioral love expressions from a woman that a man could ever receive, she had delivered tenfold. And like I said, I've got nothing but good things to say about this girl. For a woman, she's as good as they get. The way she treated me was great. I treated her well as well. And it's just the relationship wasn't going anywhere, and we already knew it was doomed from the beginning based on logistics alone. So, okay, it was now getting to the point where the relationship's turning cold on both ends. Okay, it's time to part ways, and let's no longer be, this exclusive couple, but let's date. Okay, she's devastated. She damn near has a stroke. Half her face fucking looked like it was melting for like months. And yeah, I know the breakup really stressed her out. I don't think she had ever been dumped before.
Oh shit! And so it made her so stressed out she had like a stroke.
She had like a stroke while driving.
Fuck. Oh, dude, it makes me think that I haven't been missing out on shit, and I have been single for too long.
So
Too long to where sometimes I think I'm missing out, but I hear shit like this and I think, oh, fuck.
So, the next time I had seen her after that, half her face is like melted, and she told me what happened, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I gave this poor girl a fucking stroke.
No.
But what it was there was expectations that were unrealistic and were tied to a fantasy that could not be fulfilled. And
Well, it doesn't matter though. It's her problem, not yours, with the way she decides to do her thinking and shit, and the way she wants to run business with her brain.
well, that was kind of what I told her, recently.
Unfortunately, you can't take accountability for her bullshit. So
No, what I ended up saying when she told me that was, well, I will always, or would have always wanted to share bits of my life and things that would be fun with
what about a cell phone? Would you share a cell phone with her?
we're not dating.
Yeah, but would you share a cell phone with her?
She would have been willing to. And I would have shared a cell phone with her, absolutely. The stuff that her and I had done together, the traditions that we had broken, the levels of awareness and acceptance that we had offered each other opportunity for and taken, we had absolutely taken full advantage of it in all the right ways.
Huh, and you have money too, so I don't understand. What did you do? What was it that really made everything go sour?
I was focused on a game development project, not playing a game, but building it. And it had taken months, and it had taken a significant portion of my attention, and it made her feel kind of, unwanted and like she was wasting her time. And even though she would never express it, I could just see it while she's sitting next to me. She's upset, and I'm looking at it like she's wasting her time because I'm dedicated to this project, and she's not happy. And
oh wow, no, yeah,
and
yeah,
and
cool.
And she had other opportunities to do other things, but instead she stayed there and was growing miserable by the day, each day that she was spent with me, to the point now, when we're trying to connect, there is no real connection from either end. So, it was like, okay, no, I knew then, time to call it quits, and let's part ways, and part ways peacefully. But, there's no damage done. There's no reason that we shouldn't be reasonable.
Yeah, but
as people.
Bitches change their mind though, like that.
Because they're loyal to their feelings.
Yeah, they change their mind, and you never know. They could tell you that it's a peaceful partying and all this other shit, and then they might change their minds later and try to pull some fucked up shit because they're pissed at you.
Yeah.
And it's not you. It's just that's how bitches get. Unfortunately, they're fucking crazy, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're
it's
loyal
just
to how they feel.
Yeah, I know. They could give a shit about your feelings.
Give a shit about your feelings, unless you're making them feel good.
Yeah, or making them feel like they're safe, like they got a place to stay and there's money.
Exactly, secure. If you're the man that she is securing herself off of, you are in danger.
Oh yeah, you're done.
Mm-hmm.
You're done. You're nothing but a fucking cash cow.
Yup.
You're a cash cow, and you go to work for her. So
Yup.
Oh yeah.
That's it. You're her slave.
Oh yeah.
You're her resource cow.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
And pretty much, if you don't do whatever she says, she'll fuck you over without you knowing it, and she has that dialed in to where mentally she knows that what she says goes, and if you go against it, she'll fuck you over, and she knows that you don't know that.
So here it is. This girl goes through a genuine stroke through the stress of the breakup, and then in a few months is in a dedicated relationship to a person where she can no longer even be a communicative friend, just somebody that
Okay.
and not even regular talk, not even weekly talk, daily talk.
This
Yeah, yeah,
is somebody. This is the results of somebody that is not in control of their own emotions, and
absolutely.
that means that she doesn't know how to identify emotions and how to dissect them. When you have that problem at an adult age and you cannot identify with your own emotional control, right? Because you can't identify with emotions and you can't dissect
What
them
you
and
actually
depict them.
want in life. Yeah.
Yeah. Then we have a thinking problem, right? A mentally ill type, like a mental illness, where it's a thinking problem where they almost not quite like a schizo bipolar, but similar, because they don't have a mental illness, but they wire themselves in a direction where they cannot tell whether they're coming or going. Then they get to the point where they can't even tell that that's their problem.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
straight
yeah.
up.
They cannot tell. They want to make a decision, but they can't. They don't allow themselves to, and they don't realize that they're creating the own mental blockage for themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All kinds of shit to watch out for, because it can even be a really nice person, and they have that problem later. Psychology, man. Psychology.
Yeah, bro. I've had to explain how nice does not mean good. Just because somebody is being nice to you does not mean that they have good intentions for you by any fucking length or means.
No, they could be trying to whack you.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the people are stupid and they eat that shit up. They literally do. And you can tell when you're good at making sales and doing business or whatever it is, right? The easiest way to duping somebody, if you find out that there's a weakness there and they like being called by their name like that, oh, you got them. You got them. Because people love talking about themselves, bro.
Well, I believe that the only real conversations that a person can have are based on their experience in life.
No, check it out. This applies, but check it out. Have you ever done sales before?
No.
Okay, check it out. I worked at Guitar Center for a while when it was big, right? Like when it was popular, and they had me selling guitars. And look, when you do a sales pitch at a place like that, there's literally, okay, to something to consider with this. You know that there's literally millions of bands, millions of them.
Yeah.
The major sales tactic that they teach you in this Guitar Center at the time was, look, people love talking about themselves. They eat up that shit when you hit them up to do this. All you've got to do when they're looking at the guitar is say, oh, dude, you're a musician. Hey, you play in a band? And he says, yeah, let them talk about their band for 30 minutes. You'll be able to upsell on them. They'll spend more money than what they thought they were going to.
Yeah.
So you get what I'm saying, right? With the whole idea of making sales. People love talking about themselves, bro. And when you notice that they have that narcissistic illness like that, where they like to talk about themselves, dude, you got them. You can sell them anything.
Yeah.
You literally can, bro. You can sell ice to an Eskimo when you find out that they like to talk about themselves.
Yeah.
No shit. Oh, no shit. So, no shit. And you can literally do it. You can sell anything. You can sell anything. And once you realize that, that's a big part of the factor too. You know?
Yeah.
Because it's your belief system and your power of thought again, you know? And it's fun to tell yourself this shit and not to tell anyone this too, right? Like a secret to your own self with hypnosis. You just tell yourself, dude, you can sell anything. Literally anything. You can sell it.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, people are selling God. People are selling God. They're selling heaven.
Yes. You're right.
They're selling the answers to the unquestionable.
Yes.
Yeah, to the unanswerable, rather. They're selling the answer to the unanswerable.
Yes.
Yeah,
Literally.
and then they're claiming accountability and the accountability of others and others' morality to the unaccountable.
Right, and they're selling it, making money off of just that, with the way you said it.
Just that.
Yeah, because you can sell anything. It doesn't matter what it is. You can sell anything.
Yeah, you can sell somebody against their own instinct, against their own will, against their own life, and then make them glad to buy it.
Yes.
And fight for it. And fight for it. Will violently fight for it.
Yes. They will fucking want to buy it from you more than you want to sell it to them. That's Absolutely. How bad you can.
Obsession.
Yes.
Obsession.
Yes.
You won't have
That's
enough
why
product.
That's why it's always good, no matter if you're even doing a real business or not. Because again, you get to a certain age, everything's business, right? At this age, so it's important that you get good at sales, and you have to understand what it takes to make a good sale. When you understand that, yeah, you can sell anything. And that's important when you build business rapport, because there's so many people that don't understand that you can sell anything.
Yeah.
You get it? All that matters.
Found anything I would be interested in selling.
But it doesn't matter as long as you know and understand that you can sell anything. Oh, yeah. It doesn't matter if anybody else understands that or not. It's important that you just understand it.
Yeah,
that's how powerful
used my words for survival in the past, and it's been very successful and surprisingly so.
There you have it. So just understand at this age and from this point on that it is true that you yourself can sell anything. It's a true statement, and the more you say it, the more true it becomes.
Yeah.
It's kind of like calling Cameron's place Cameron's backyard instead of calling it the program. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, Cameron's summer camp.
Right. It's like Cameron's summer camp instead of the program, right? Yeah. It makes all the difference, because this is just the same. It's realizing that right there, the power of thought. You can sell that. You can sell it.
That'd be fun to make a cartoon of Cameron, like all happy and with his arms out. Welcome to the program. Welcome to my backyard.
Doing a fire drill on the ball court like that.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Look, if you're Cameron and you're doing the Cameron, look, not only is that like some rock star shit, but like, dude, walking out and seeing everybody standing in their organized lines like that on the ball court for you because you ran the fucking fire drill, you realize that that's like, to me, that is cooler than like being in Metallica and going out to play like one of your biggest gigs. Like, I compare what Cameron did to that. Because Cameron was making like, after a while, it doesn't matter.
More a month than a Metallica. Fucking Metallica was for a while there.
Yes, that's what I am telling you. He was making himself worth more money than Metallica doing that shit.
Yep.
So when you ask me, fuck, dude, would you rather be in Metallica or would you rather do the Cameron? I'd rather do the fucking Cameron because I wouldn't have to travel doing these shows. And I could run up the fire drill like that and walk out there and they're all assembled pretty, arranged in their lines for me, dude. Because they're all possessed by the fucking property and by the program.
Fuck, man, it all just sounds like too many people interactions to me.
Well, nowadays you have to be on top of it. They all got to turn in their wallet, keys, and cell phone before they go on shift.
I just don't like people enough to want to be around that many people anymore. There was a time where I would think that...
That's why you do it, though, bro, because you hate those fucking people, the people working there and the kids, and you fuck all of them out of their time and money, all of them. They're all in the palm of your hand. Those are shitty people, dude, that are no good.
Yeah, it just sounds like pain in the ass.
Oh, I'd imagine it is. Millions of dollars goes into it as millions of dollars comes in from it. You got to spend that. You spend that kind of money to make that kind of money.
Better have the world's best attorneys too. Have them paid, fat, and happy.
When you have kids that are court ordered there by the system like that, I'd imagine you got all the right pull with all the right people backing you.
Those facts too.
Fuck yeah. Because like I said, and I've told you before, if we were to open a place like that, we could run it off of just court-ordered kids.
Yeah. Yep.
That's fucking court-ordered kids. And yeah, they can make their parents be charged to pay for all this taxing bullshit with the consequences. You could have just court-ordered kids there, and the fucking thing would be a gold mine.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And like you say, especially if it's just court-ordered kids, I'd agree with it. A lot of those kids are there for murder.
It's a sick place, man.
But that's why it would be so fucking cool to run it, because shit, dude. I mean, but again, things are so different now. The kids are like 10 times crazier now.
Yeah.
Oh, they're fucking that much crazier. So, yeah, it's a crazy business, dude. They still do it out there, though. They still have places like that.
I know. I'm going to end this podcast. I'm freaking outro here. Shit. Where is that? No. Where'd it go?
That's an interesting topic this time, man. It gets off onto a lot of things.
Yeah, it does. Because it's about the start of life, and then the development into reality, to understanding, and
these people did this. Yeah.
Trade Santa for God, and trade self for faith in a woman, and that's the weaker, more moral sex.
You have to be the alpha male no matter what. That bitch has to turn in her wallet, keys, and cell phone to you because it's business.
That's it.
You want to be in a fucking relationship. There's no secrets in this house.
Yeah, that's real shit.
Yeah, there's no room for any other emotion besides love inside this bed. And if there is something else other than that, I'll notice and you can just get the fuck out of here.
Just leave. It's not worth it anymore.
That's what I'm saying. You just cut them off discreetly. You don't even have to argue or say shit. There's the fucking door. Here's your stuff. Get the fuck out of here. Do not come back.
Yep.
Easy as that.
That's
it's
how
a
you
bitch.
handle unhealthy relationships with women. Just leave and don't say anything. Just leave.
Okay. Alpha male. It gets to a point just like being at Cameron's, dude. It gets to a point when you're in that type of battle with them, you tell them, hey, no questions. Get your shit and get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did, except for I got the fuck out, and then she came to me, and I was like, Ben, you get the fuck out of my space, and here's why, and I never want to talk to you again, and here's fucking why. You earned every last goddamn bit of it, and you know it. No?
Yeah, it's like we said, you keep
But
that
you can't
door
do that, because then you get fucked over. You can't say what you really want to say as a man. You just gotta leave in silence.
It's better that way anyhow. You'll be happier with those.